And here we are. Oh. Hi, Golden. Oh, did you see that I did my first tarot spread ever? When I read the guidebook for the Dorisa Tarot by Talenchi, I saw that it had I think it was one 11 card and one 12 card spread as like choices, and I thought this feels advanced. I've only done single card pulls before. I don't know if I can handle 12 times that. So I just looked online and I found that one that's like, it's excessive. It felt like a lot. Yeah, it felt like more than I could ever possibly need. I feel like my life is in dire straits and I need to turn it around. Give me 12 cards, please, one for each month or something. I thought the 6, I was like, sure, I can like do that. I'm just gonna paint my nails and do that at the same time. So like, why not? I need to kill time anyway. Kangi time, you done? Hi. Yours has some big spreads in it, has some basic ones too. Let me check. Yeah, and to be fair, I only looked at the, how do you describe it, the outline of the 200-page document. So there might be smaller ones hidden in there. I just clicked on the 2 ones that had spread in the title. What if we kissed on the yoga mat, Strutsky? Well, you're not in Telegram, or if you are, I don't have you there. Context. Felix and me have talked about in the past of like, oh, hey, what if we got like a commission of our Moonfangs kissing together? And we've like teased about that in the past, but I'll DM you the 2 that I did research on today, the 2 artists, and specifically the images that involve kissing. I can show chat one of them, but you get both links. Let's see. But yeah, chat, I did research. Look at this artist right here. I can just link this in chat. It's in my pace. Well, actually, I have to make sure I get the correct one, not the wrong one. There we go. So yeah, that's somebody who I was researching. Okay, cool. I could have been a big fuck up, but I didn't. I did not look at the more from column at the right before I shared my screen. And usually, at least on For Affinity, that's 99% porn. So super happy that did not happen on stream. I would have ended and restarted and killed the VOD. But anyway, I want to zoom in on this. I'm pasting it over into my PureF. What's the name of this artist? I just found them earlier. Sadi? So I've cracked the code, quote unquote, in terms of like researching artists on For Affinity. When I looked for a cowboy artist, when I eventually found Goliath, I was like, okay, so all you have to do is use like their search syntax. Okay, I was wasting time while it loaded. All you have to do is use their search syntax. So commission, ampersand, whatever you're looking for. When I was researching for the cowboy one, I was like, commission suit, commission cowboy. I also minused a bunch of fetishes I just did not want to see in particular when searching art on For Affinity. Hot, thanks for the memory, Minty. So yeah, I made sure, this is me preparing for a kiss in the preview. Yeah, I think that works really well, is just searching keyword commission plus one other keyword. I also looked at a curiosity. I searched for commission and Moonfang, literally 0 fucking results. Nothing. So Felix and I talked about like other people. They gave me a list of like 20 different dragon artists that they've commissioned in the past, or I should rephrase, that they want to eventually commission. So anyway, hi. How you doing, chat? I saw Strutsky mention kissing, and then I went in a tangent. All the furries tell me I've got to get Telegram. What I will say is I personally like Telegram all over Discord for DMing, specifically for, like, phone syncing. I think Discord on the phone is horrible, and it also destroys the memory on whatever device it exists on. Telegram to me feels like a lot more lightweight. The stickers, yeah, they're fun, but just for like quick casual convos, I like Telegram better. Kissing, it's pretty wild. It's my #1 king, Hi Verdon. Hi Cell. So the book of the King of the Year says a basically 3-card spread as well as 7 and 5. Yeah, and like to be fair, I jumped into the intermediate zone because I wanted fucking furries on my tarot card deck, and I saw it. Where's my photo of it? Here it is. So yeah, what I'm talking around to chat who doesn't know is I bought this, which I talked about in my previous Anthrocon recap part 1 because I can't talk and finish things quickly because I love to go on tangents. I bought this and it has quote unquote non-traditional tarot pieces like Princess of Wind. What the fuck is that? The Cave? Where are the dragons? They're in here. Let's go deeper. So it's intended to like use with their guidebook. There's a person Talenshi worked with. Oh, I have the card right here. So yeah, Talenshi worked with someone named Drac Thompson, Draque, and they came up with lore for like a whole world. They came up with lore for every fucking card and all the recurring characters. So you get like a little bit of that when you look at the guidebook, which is really cute and interesting. There's a lot of 2-card spreads. You feel like you get more to think about with the 3. So, I guess I slightly lied earlier. Slap Kella for me. Anyway, I technically did this as my first poll. I just had this picture for Hawk to show off the cards, but I also thought, oh yeah, I did. I mentioned it briefly last stream, but when I did a 2-card poll, I was said, what? Oh, how did I phrase it? How will my friends inspire me to grow in this upcoming couple months? And then I got the curve. And then I asked, how will I grow without the influence of my friends? How will I take care of myself? And then I got Princess of Wind. So I thought 2 was fun, but I've just been doing like single card polls just to get used to the deck and the idea of the habit. Can't believe it. Yeah. He tastes like me, only sweeter. Amanda, hi. Good that you treat virality notifications like your Chrome tab bar. Who looks at their notifications on Fur Affinity? I don't think I've looked in like literally 10 fucking years. Dragon's so good. Enough tongue to wrestle with. Chat, why is kissing the best? Why is this the most intimate thing you can do? Ooh, it's so nice. Ooh, I got so many fucking kisses at Anthrocon. Ooh. Dragon's so good. Kiba, hi. You love your stickers. It's your entire reason to prefer Telegram. How do I show this quickly? I could do it like this. I like Telegram for a lot of minor reasons. Here's one minor reason. You can create like little collections of just things on the side. So if I want to filter to all chats, to channels, to group chats, to non-group, which is what I'm looking at right now. So it's like I can pretend that no other DMs exist except for a couple. And I think that's nice. And yeah, of course, you got to have the active flirt one as well. That's important. If there's a 1 here, you got to jump on top of that. What if you looked at my F notifications together? I could certainly not do that on stream. Let's go deeper. You at Kelif's AC room party? I don't know if I've ever held a room party in my life. Also, hi, Vince. White Wolf, hello. How does tarot even work? So the basic idea is you use it to help answer questions or to ease anxieties. So you could come up with a simple yes or no question, like, do I feel prepared for this upcoming event? Simple yes or no. Then you shuffle the deck, and then you have your question in mind, and then you pull, and then you interpret what the deck says to you. The way I like to think about it is it's just advanced journaling. It's you ask a question to yourself, and then you say, do I agree with this? Do I disagree? How do I interpret this card? If this was in fact true, how does it affect my actions? Like if it says I'm not prepared and I interpret a no out of the card, how do I respond to make sure that I can be? It's like another element of having a conversation partner, but it's a static conversation partner with a draw of luck to it. The one I did today is neat. It seems nice for people like me who have a hard time with affirmations. Yeah, and I can go find it so chat knows what we're talking about. So cute, true, Stretsky. I'm gonna go to the spot that I posted it. So I'm gonna give the context to chat over here. Did I bring that over here? I thought about it. It turns out I did not, but then I immediately started talking about it because I saw golden. I'm gonna copy this, copy that. So chat, I did this. This is my first time I did like a larger tarot spread right here, high Nox. And it was a 6-card spread. So I have a terrible color for this right now. Let's just make it black. That'll show up. So you would read it like this. It was 1, 2, 3. It's like a clockwise motion. And I found this like spread online that said, do this. When you pull 6 cards, have these questions in mind. Go deeper into the idea of how does tarot work. So what makes me amazing? And then I pulled this, and then I interpreted it based off just the image. It's a cloaked figure holding an apple. Whatever the 8 suit of water means, when I see that, I think to myself, okay, like it's somebody who is gifting something to others. They are, the way I interpreted this, I think, before I read like what the guidebook says it meant, was this makes me amazing because I do gift people with presence, with joy, with actual physicality. And I thought the way that I can give my presence and joy to others does make me amazing. And then I read the behind the scenes and then I interpreted more deeply. So there's the surface level, and then there's the people who made it what their intention, how to read it. So I went through all of these, all 6, while I painted my nails with the Matos color that we talked about in the previous stream. Yeah, here we go. So with this color right here, FF7671 as a nail polish. Hi, Kangi. Which part of the dragon is the best? The tongue, the paw, or the tail? So because kisses directly involve the tongue and it's so delightfully slippery and should be pressed against mine, therefore I will say tongue. But right after that, paws. Right after that, tails. Yes, just yes, Disco Paul, hi. Yeah, I really like the folders. Praji was nice talking on Friday. Gwim, I saw you pop by Friday, and I was not puppy fast enough to puppy catch you. You're about to eat, you thought I'd tune in for a bit. How are y'all? I mean, I'm doing great. I'm going to theoretically 5 asterisks finish my recap. We, for context, we got right here. So we got through the morning of Friday. I guess technically up to the afternoon. Ventira, hi. So most custom decks are based on the Rider-Waite deck. There's room for interpretation based on how the cards interact with each other in specific illustrations. Yeah, and I've wanted to get into tarot for a while. Like that one Discord that Golden and I are in, when I first joined it, there was people doing tarot left and tarot right and ups and downs and all arounds. And I thought, I love journaling. I love questioning the self. I love coming up with silly questions that only I can answer. So I think tarot's a good fit for my mindset, but I've just never had one until now. Kuro was nice talking on Friday. I hope you're well. Lightling, hello. Sorry, the first thing I did on Friday when I saw you was punch your model's tits. Kelt has just appeared for a moment. It's true, if I close my eyes, you can't see me. No object permanence. So for example, I did one before AC where one of the suits is based on constellations. Oh, I saw the picture of that. It looked very pretty. The two when they're facing in opposite directions towards the middle card, which feels like I'm telling the problem to fuck off. So you're telling it to fuck off until after the con. Your favorite part of the dragon is the 5K run. Ooh, I mean, I would never run away from the dragon, but if you're talking about running to them or into their arms to snuggle them, yes, I would run a 5K for a dragon. It was very puppy busy on Puppy Friday. And oh, your puppy Fraser puppy dropping? No! I hate to hear that for you. I actually heard a number of people have, I guess the only correct word is complaints about the performance on Friday. And some people were blaming the cubes. I have never spawned a cube in my life. Context for people who are not VRChat power users like me. VRChat gave you the ability to use like items. I think that's their phrasing. And they gave everybody a cube to place down. And for whatever reason, the meme on Friday was to just stack all the cubes in the middle tube of the entrance. And I think that probably did lower some performance. Also, there was like 80 fucking people in the world, so. We're basically midway before AC and post AC. You actually are so right, yeah. So in between these two photos, oh wait, here's what we do. We just put me. Here's where we are. Caliph on the left, start of AC on Wednesday. Caliph after AC on Monday. We're right here. Thank you for the visual pit stop. Did I see the Celeste run at SGDQ yesterday? I was looking in Rick Stream, and I know they were re-streaming it, but I did not catch it. Hi, Sancho. So the more people play with the model's tits, the happier I am. Okay, noted. Punch your tits every time I see you. You used to for people... Oh, that's funny. So given the height difference of you and them, whenever they reach for their drink, they just happen to grab your model's tits. That's funny. It was very nice talking to you on Friday about what makes a place cozy to you. It was interesting to hear your stories. Thank you. I think it was Cadenza last stream who said something akin to Caliph. The way that you go on... they use a good word for it. Tangents, I think they use. The way they go on tangents on streams is fascinating. So the last time I saw someone playing with another people's... Oh, hi, Cadenza. So the last time I saw someone playing with a person's boobs, VR chat, they exploded, particles and all with a nuke sound. So there are some worlds that when you leave, there's like a small explosion, like a particle explosion that happens when you disconnect. There was one time my boyfriend and I were in a world, I think it was called the Reservoir, and we were on the roof of it, and it was very pretty. And I disconnected, and they DM'd me the next day, and they said, Caliph, you fucking died when you left. Cadenza, I hope you had a good Street Fighter 6 matches. I only said like 2 things, but I actually lurked there for like an hour. Absolutely serving face on both sides. Thank you. This is Caliph in their younger years. This is Caliph still exploring, finding themselves. This is Caliph after they finish the ethical slut and are filled with confidence. I actually didn't read any of the ethical slut this weekend. I kept thinking, I will find time for this. And then I just did other things instead. Also, Moro. Hi, Moro. Hi, Kieran. The name Madeline's... Oh, the name the Madeline's trans lefts and trans rights. That's actually so funny. Caliph, you're very pretty. Thank you. Oh, I forgot. I took a photo of my nails that I painted while I was doing my tarot poll. That's a shitty picture. I sent a better one to my boyfriend. There we go. Copy. So here's how the context will be. So when I did my tarot poll earlier, as I was going through all of these 6 questions and typing them up on my laptop, I didn't put it here, but I had another color called a slate gray. This is the FF7671 that Matos gifted me, and they gave nail polish to a lot of people at the con. So I did like, I need to get out of the middle. This feels so wrong. I hate it. There we go. No, I'm on the side. But yeah, while I was doing this, I was doing like my clear coat, I was doing my slate gray, I was doing my FF7671, I was wrapping my tip if Gunner the Rat is listening. Here's how my nails look right now. Whoa, look at this. I'm finally basically FF761 IRL. Always wrap the tip. I was so sad, like, just through natural wear and tear, my left thumbnail just exploded the other day. And I'm like, whatever. I'll still be cute with my very barren thumbnail. It used to be much longer and cuter. Who's that gorgeous boy? Oh my god, Twunchu. Oh, wait, we could build a whole boy out of this. There we go. So yeah, this boy right here, perfect. Ignore the fact that he has 3 arms minimum. But yeah, that's me. Well, in this case, it was an avatar asset. It was a club Urian. You saw someone play with their booms, literally exploded, and they were back in 2 seconds. Both Caliphs are hot. They are both just themselves. Yesterday was kind of a struggle stream for you. You weren't full on tilted, but you've been stuck in Silver Run for like 2 weeks. I could feel a bit of the frustration, and I could relate to you on the bit of the frustration. I don't remember how you phrased it, but I think you said something akin to, I don't want to feel as if I have plateaued already, and I have absolutely fucking been there with fighting games. Kieran. Hi, Kieran. Nail polish is not your style, but to figure out what colors, ooh, to get your boyfriend, you'd love to get him some. Is the answer not just Persona colors? I feel like that's always the answer, right? Oh, you love the way I paint my nails? Thank you. The ones at the con, I felt so fucking hot like all week with the con. I also have this ring on right now. I love this ring. Yeah, right now, sorry, there we go. I love this slate gray. I've had this slate gray for years, and I thought it was a good pair with it. For whatever reason, I can't do single tone all over a hand. It feels wrong. I need something to break up the pattern. Or if I do one hand all one color, I have to do the other hand all one color. Otherwise, my brain will explode. Even filing and taking your nails recently. Let's go. It was Charlotte at Anthrocon. They were like, "Oh, Kellev, you should." I put it on my in to actually look at it. What is it phrased? Did I not? I thought I did. I thought it was jojoba oil. I think that's what they said. I still have not looked it up, but they said, yeah, Kellev, as soon as I started using this on my nails, they were thriving. They were surviving. Oh, you like yours plain? I love painted nails. I feel like everything I do is at least 10% sluttier. It's basically me casting a buff on myself for a week. Ooh, deep burgundy. I like cool pink. Burgundy sounds like a bitch in nail color. Building 1. Hold boy. TM. 3 arms minimums. That means more hands to hold true. There's a picture I'm not going to show you, but there's a photo that Rago took of me and my boyfriend holding each other incredibly affectionately. It happened like right here at the end of VR Get Together after I was very fucking emotional and I cried and stuff. Because they gave me this gift right here with the Ko poem, that story that I told the other day. And Rago took a photo of the two of us holding each other. It was, how do I phrase this correctly? I was nerfed while doing the hug because I was holding a large manila envelope that contained like all the art that I got. And I was like, I'm missing a hand to caress you with. So in other words, they were winning and I was doing pretty good. Hi, Nezzy. Caliph Blab. Thanks so much for the 41 months. That's crazy. I hope you're doing amazing, Nazi. Yeah, you need an accent nail. I agree. Hi, Wolvie. Wolvie, I hope you're doing amazing today. So just seeing Wolvie's existence, A, fills me with joy. B, reminds me to talk about, because I haven't really talked about it since coming back from stream, because everything's been a fucking whirlwind. But anyway, hi. Oh my gosh, whoa! Caliph Riding Club. For people unaware, I'm going to click this link and open it. So this is a thing that I started to do, well, it would have been 5 weeks ago. So a little bit over a month. So if you're curious, if you like the idea of writing like little mini essays and joining us, there's a bunch of themes here. This was the first one that we did where I had people, I'll rephrase. I told the people, hey, you can pick a song, you can write how you react to it, and then link the song at the end. Games impacting you. I read about 3 different video games, of course, VR chat's in there. I actually spent a lot of time on this today, digital representation, which is another thing I want to talk about. Shout out to Evo for coming up with the idea. What are your choices about how you and how you represent yourself in a digital space say about you? Great fucking theme. And then like a couple of possible topics. I spent a little bit of today just on the floor. Love a good floor time. That's when I was painting my nails. After I did my tarot spread and I painted my nails, I read everybody's submission and left comments on it, except for the newest one by Iban for KWC 003. I haven't read that one yet. But I love just reading through people's work and leaving comments because it's like a little lens like into their inner life, and it's fascinating. Yeah, I love an accent nail. So Persona colors would be 1. You know, his favorite paint shop for the BMW E4 i525. Ooh, forest green glossy sounds very pretty. Makes you want to paint your nails. I think it's very fun. Food ski. Hi, Food ski. Oh, speaking of Persona colors, that slate gray, wherever my hand is, the third one. Yeah. I love the slate gray. It makes me feel very pretty. Ooh, yeah, a glittery top coat. I own one of those, and I considered doing that this time around, but I just did like the basic bitch coat on the top. You know, I work in food service. Yeah, you can keep your nails longer. Let's go. You'll take a pic next time you do the burgundy set. Good. The Kangi was too powerful and had to be nerfed. The pupper. Yeah, calcs. So I did research on artists for Kissy commissions earlier today. And another one I was looking for is I made a promise to Failwin, who's in chat right now. I told them, if you commission your wolf as a dragon, I'll get my Kelef pupper drawn again. And they've already done it. They've already kept their end of the bargain, and I have not. I think I'll keep with the cowboy theme for Kelwolf, just because I think it's hot and it's fun, and why the frick not? So yeah, I'll probably just try and commission Goliath again, honestly, because they did such a great fucking job on the previous commission. Snoogie. Hi, Snoogie. Writing mini essays? Yeah, it's been fun. I've been struggling to define concretely the boundaries of a mini essay. What I put on the website, which has a bunch of documentation there that answers a lot of questions if you're curious, that KDBC link, I said something akin to, oh yeah, anywhere between like 250 to 700 words. I watched a YouTube video earlier today, and they defined it as anything more than 100. And I'm like, I don't know what to put for this. Really just like fucking write a page and have fun. That's all I want to say, but there has to be boundaries too. Oh, you're painting with the Rue. What colors are you doing? Mana. Hi, Mana. Hi, Regal. You're trying your hardest to solve this puzzle. I'm assuming when you say that, you're talking about the home issue that I saw you talking about in Soren's Discord. Grays and blacks can be sexy if used, right? Which the answer is always yes. Kadama. Kadama, I lurked briefly during your recap, and I feel like I have beautiful serendipity in my life. The second I opened your stream, and I guess I had two streams open at the same time. I opened your stream as my second one to double lurk in. I was in Deckies too. And I heard you go, Caliph. And I'm like, huh, huh. And I just did that. Like I did a double take. And you just happened to mention my name as soon as your tab loaded. You're trying to solve Modus's? Oh, I just thought you already solved it because you sent me the thing yesterday. Lurk energy today. Ruse. Hi, Ruse. I should link this artist again because I've just had it in the background. We just happened to talk about it. Telegram. Here's my link to it. Yeah. What a backdrop. Yeah, there's the link to it if you're curious. I was researching artists to get Kissy commissions from, and this is a very good one. Let me do something really quick. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure that wasn't bad. But yeah, what is her name? Well, it doesn't say in the title because Fur Affinity is an old website. But yeah, the link's right there. Gosh. I mean, they're doing the tie tug. You know it's fucking hot. Chat, I would normally ask you how you've been, but I'm never going to finish this recap if I don't start literally this second. It's been 28 minutes of stream, and all I've done is appreciate the beauty of every one of your souls. Me and who and me and who and me and who and me and... Oh, so you literally translate all the words, and apparently you're supposed to solve the numbers as the first step in a classic Riga fashion. You shot past it regardless. Ooh, you're almost ready to go back to mini essays. Yeah, Kadama, I really wanted to do that today of just like, how do I positively phrase? I wanted to chip away at the backlog of thoughts that have been building up. I do a thing based off of Getting Things Done by David Allen, where I have one single list where everything goes. If I have something I want to do, something I want to buy, something I want to research, it goes on there. And the ideal thought is, in a perfect world, I'll go from top to bottom and just chip away at them or schedule future time to deal with them. Yesterday and today, I spent a lot of time chipping away so I can work on things that I am very interested in, like writing little mini essays. Kiss commissions, or I was trying to come up with a portmanteau earlier, so I'm so happy with the same mindset. Grabs your bow tie. So do you turn it right or left, or you just pull backwards? Hi, Rumble. Someone's really gonna enjoy this. So I researched multiple artists. I actually researched like 10, but only 2 were open with regular consistency at the price point I was looking for. But the other one I can't show on stream, so you only get that one. You got back into mixing music today. Let's go for the first time since high school. Get your first smooth transition for like an hour ago. You're internally screaming. You can externally stream too. Like it's a safe space here to scream. Hello. I wanted to tell you also made a pure ref board your Anthrocon experience just personally. It was really fun to help you process and organize memories. Let's go! I fucking love pure ref, as everybody knows. It was interesting. I said I should start recapping and then just getting on tangents, but that's my life. So Divi was talking in that group chat for AC, and they were saying, you know what? I really wanted to sit down and do an excessive recap, but I literally think it's not my style, and just responding to people who ask me questions about it is the way. And Decky's responded to that too. Decky's wonderful mod, an amazing person, and largest badge collector ever. They had a stream earlier, and I gave them the stupid idea that they took, which was have a single point channel redeem, ask a question about AC. And while I was there, I asked 3 questions using the ask me anything about AC channel point redeem. It was very fun. Dio, I went to the Anthrocon 3D picture world. I technically took photos of it, but I told myself I'm not allowed to show VR chat photos because I have to finish my recap. But I did go, and it was very cool. Both me and my husband are present in flesh form, and I took a selfie with my flesh. That's a phrase. And then I took a selfie in front of the husband's fursuit, too. Tie and skirt combo go hard, too. So, this is an old reference. Fucking Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne. I want to look like her. You had some really interesting serendipity to come. You lost your credit card on Saturday and recovered it. It made me find tiny stickers in the bottom of your bag, which say that you're getting soda drenched when you swim with your bag on Sunday. This bill led me to wearing a short skirt you weren't brave enough to wear. I love how life finds a way to make us cuter and more queer at all opportunities. I hope you enjoyed my mini essay. I did, yeah. You need to write more stuff to process the con better rather than be sappy with boys. I literally wrote a poem earlier to process my feelings, but that'll be part of my KWCO3. The AC, the AC recap will continue until morale improves. I think morale's fucking great. Scuff was so busy with con, you did get to hold her hand around with her in first seat. Oh my gosh. Yeah. My husband and I stay very busy at cons, it's true. So chat, I'm fucking starting. I'm doing it. Hi, it's Friday. If you want to see my previous recon, Psygear, hi! I'm beautifully distracted already. Hi, Psygear! I'm gonna sip my tea. Cal Squash, hi! Kuro. Oh, sorry, I have to roll my R's. Kuro. Thank you so much for a gift and subs to both Wolvie and Dio. Oh my gosh. Wow, wow, wow. Holding hands is the highlight of the con. Yeah, I loved fucking holding hands with Silver Bask and my boyfriend. And you too? I think all of them. No, Zord. I held hands with Zord too. Yeah, we're still on fucking Friday. I'm sorry, Foodski. I got to hear. I showed off all my dealers then stuff, and then I raided out. So I haven't even started on Saturday. I literally streamed for 5 hours and got through this. But yeah, you know what? I've already said I talked for 33 minutes, and I haven't even started recapping. I'm ignoring chat. Officially, I was gonna say you're dead to me, but that's too harsh, and I can't even say it jokingly. Officially, you're invisible to me. Okay, so Friday at the convention. I just had a beautiful Thursday. I cried already once Tears #1 present here at the VR get together. Feel free to look at my last stream if you want to know like the Basky gift that got me sniffling, and then the boyfriend gift with a combined poem that I read out loud and sobbed during, and then I gave them like a 7-minute long hug at the end. And we talked a little bit about Friday already. I got coffee. I got to see Wolvie, who's in chat. I got to see Win, who's beautiful. And I got to see a lot of other people. I got to gift my boyfriend their final gift of the con. I gave them 3 separate things. And then I showed the dealers den haul. I'm snoozing this ad because chat's invisible, but the ads are not. So I finished up at the dealer's den. I was there for, I don't know, like a couple hours. And it was around like 4 p.m. or so. And while I was going around the dealer's den, I was feeling like the phone was purring in my pocket. Whenever I do conventions, especially ever since I got my Apple Watch, I'm a very notifications on person at cons. Like, I wish to be found. I wish to be disturbed and not do not disturb. I want people to be able to find me at a moment's notice. But a lot of the times when I'm in, like, intimacy, like I'm surrounded by people I do not wish to be pulled away from, the notifications are off. And while I was hanging out with Andy in the dealer's den and I was doing all the shopping that I talked about, I was hearing like just in my pocket, and I said, no, we're turning that off. And we walked on over to Jimmy John's, Andy and I, and with Do Not Disturb on, I felt a and I thought, how can the phone possibly purr when it has been muted? When I have removed its ability to speak to me, it nary speaks anyway. And I looked and I saw a Caliph, are you coming? And I felt like a sense of dread take over me of, oh, fuck. Oh, no. I was getting so distracted by whimsy and shopping and hanging out with friends. I forgot of one of the few things that I committed to at the convention. So I saw the Caliph, are you coming text? And I scrolled up in the chat and I'm like, okay, it's a dinner that I accepted and I was in the group chat for, and I can still make it. It's 10 minutes until 4 p.m., which is where everybody is and what the reservation is for. I double check the address and I see 6 blocks away, and I'm like doing calculations, like all the math things are flying around my head. And I think, okay, I have to go put all my shit in the hotel room because I'm covered in dealer's den stuff. And then if I run, I'll be fine. So I run over, literally run to the courtyard, which is my hotel at the con. I shove everything under the bed, and I think I don't need anything, and also I'm about to jog to my destination. So I don't bring nothing aside from my phone and my credit card. So as soon as I get out of the courtyard, I just do a brisk jog. It was 6 blocks, and there was no turns or anything. It was just a straight shot. But multiple people told me on Saturday, they said, Caliph, I was going to say hi to you, but you were literally running away from me. And I said, sorry, like I had somewhere to be. I can put chat in emote only mode, joking. Thank you for joking. You loved how we met? It was so fucking cute, yeah. How can the phone, when I unpurr it? Yeah. The purring in your pocket might have been me. Oh, you were hiding there. Oh my gosh, hi. I literally did train my Kangi legs. I brought my running shoes, which, not my at-home shoes, the actual shows that I run like 5Ks in, because I knew I'd be walking a lot at the con. I did not want to be running at the con, but they were helpful. The bat was up to no good at the con. So let's see. I talked about that. Yeah. So it was at a place called Redbeards, which is it's like a bar food style place. And the group was like Pronzo and AK and PJ and Ryle, and a bunch of people were there. Redacted Otter was at the table. It was a total of, I think, like 16 people at dinner. And I was like, out of breath when I got there because I was trying to get there on fucking time. And I was a little bit sweaty because it was hot and I just ran. But to be fair, everybody was sweaty because it was like 87 degrees outside or something. So at least I was fitting in with them. But I arrived perfectly on time. I joined everybody. And I think, oh, okay, I'm happy that I made it. I was originally going to take a break, like have dinner, go chill, have some calm time. But it was my mistake for forgetting about this dinner at this time because I got pulled up into the whimsy. And that's okay. Like, I can relax right after. That was my mindset. That was on my mental stack of we'll get to self-care later. And I was talking to people, and it was one of those things where, oh, hi, Aura. Hi, Aura. Aura, well, I was in my 6-hour call with my boyfriend, which I traditionally have on Saturdays. I had your stream up on the side looking. I was like, oh, what were they doing at the con when I didn't see them? And one of the times I looked, I saw, where is it on my recap? I saw you had this, the Dorisa Tarot deck by Talenchi. I've been doing polls. I described to my chat earlier my first spread that I've ever done. These were the 6 cards that I got. I'm not experienced with tarot at all. I'm attempting to become experienced with the power of asking questions and pulling cards. I don't know if you have any experience in this field. Nardon Huff, I did be huffing, yes. Chat, it's gonna be an ad starting in like 10 seconds. What me and all the subs and all the Twitch Turbo people are gonna do is just stare at this kissing commission. There goes the ad. Let's see, I need to sip my tea too. Wow. Chat, if you know, I dropped my fidget toy, I'm picking it up. Look, if you know anybody who takes detailed smooching commissions, my DMs are open for suggestions. I was talking at the top of stream, so like, gosh, over 40 minutes ago now, at the thought of, oh, well, I want to get a nice Moonfang makeout commission. And this is why I was looking at people earlier. Also, not with Dorisa, you gotta learn it. I read that during the ad, so I'll reread it after. Gosh, I love Puref. Gosh, I love... somebody mentioned last stream, and I thought it was funny. They're like, oh yeah, the people at Puref love Kelif. And over the years of evangelizing the beauty of Puref, I have never considered if anybody at the company has any idea who I am. I'm assuming the answer is no. Is it true that in our particular community, in this slice of Twitch / furry Twitch / queerness on the internet, am I one of the biggest pushers of Puref and gotten a bunch of people into it for using recaps? Yes. But I don't know. I should take a breather. You're so right. You have to take a deep breath after the deep kiss. It's important. In. There we go. You got to learn, Dorisa. Aura, I don't know if it happened to you. When I got my deck, I'm like, I literally don't understand where the guidebook is. And I looked at all the extra cards, I looked at the box, and I thought, I'm probably being silly, but I can't find it. So I Googled it and eventually found it on a random blog. How's it going, Kelf? Am I winning? I'm definitely winning. So we're only in the middle of Friday on my recap around 4 p.m. But at this point, I've already been part of a harem, which I told that story last stream, and my kiss counter is up to 111 kisses, which, how many makeout sessions would that have been at this point? 2? I think 2 makeout sessions here. That makes sense to me. So really good. I'm going to go back to my story now that the ad is over, but people can chat and I'll catch up right after. Where am I? Here I am. Oh, yeah, so I admitted to Redbeards and I was hanging out with people. And while there were some people that I was just getting to know, like AK, there were some people who I've met at multiple cons in the past, like Pronzo and Redacted Otter and PJ. There was a bunch of people who, like, I didn't really know. Oh my god, Blur! I was sitting next to you at the dinner that I'm talking about. Hi. So I was thinking, okay, I really love getting to know new people. Oh, and also BT Borderline was there, who the previous day at the Gooning and Cheese party, where Blur was also at, and then people sang them a happy birthday song. I got to know BT really well. I literally had like a 90-minute conversation with BT just about their life and who they are and what they're interested in. It was awesome. And I was like, okay, I want to do that at this place too. And I was sitting next to somebody who we had briefly interacted with a while ago, but like no deep conversations, like surface level stuff. and it was their first Anthrocon, and I'm like, this is gonna be my dinner buddy. I'm gonna get to know them real well. And it was one of those dinners. I feel like every con, somebody has a dinner that's like this, where you think, I'm surrounded by great company, but it's very busy for the restaurant. They're incredibly understaffed. It's convention time and a holiday, and everything's going to take a long time, so you better be sitting comfortably. Ended up being in total like a 2.5 hour dinner, and I also ran there. So during that, it's like, okay, buckle up, like make sure like you're ready to gab for a while with the cool people that you're around. And the person to my left, I was just like, oh, okay, like, how do I get to know them? Classic Caliph of just, I'm going to ask interesting, prodding questions and trying to, like, get deeper into, like, what makes you you and what makes you interesting. And we were talking back and forth, and I was trying to find, like, the thread that I could keep tugging on to unravel the beautiful personality that I know is there. And they mentioned a D&D campaign, and I'm like, sold, easy. So I started asking like a bunch of questions about their D&D campaign, and it was fascinating, honestly. Like I could talk about D&D for a while with people, but legitimately their campaign was really cool. They had like a DM who was really experienced and a bunch of players who they were just getting started. Some of them was their first campaign, some of them were very new, and it was a D&D 5e space reskin, and the DM was using a module that was only heist. And the design of the module was used to it was intended to be used to like intersperse to break up a traditional campaign, to be like, I'm going to choose one heist from the heist book. But the DM said, what if the entire campaign was heists? And I just think that's fascinating. I love the idea of, what's this one thing we're really good at? Breaking into a place, not getting noticed. Oh shit, we got noticed. We got to fight our way out. Is awesome. I feel like a campaign based around that would be really rad. And they said, oh yeah, I have art of the campaign. And I said, oh, please show me. When they said art, I thought like, oh, one piece to commemorate the memory. I think legitimately they had like 20 to 30 art pieces commissioned based off this campaign. They were like religiously working with a singular artist. And they were like, oh, here's like one picture and another and another. And they were all like character focused pieces. And then they would keep scrolling, and then they would have like a set piece where all of those single pieces that they had showed me were part of a larger canvas. So I essentially got like a brief overview of I think it was like a year and a half, 2 years of their campaign while talking to them. It was awesome. Yeah, BT is really cool and knowledgeable. Yeah, we talked a lot about like local Pittsburgh alcohol and their fascination with big tits. That actually never came up, actually. Deckies, I talked about you earlier, and I said I loved that you implemented the AC Ask Me a Question single point channel redeem. It looked very successful. This is when everything's going horrifically wrong for the group and I was trying to find food for. Yeah. So, I mean, I would not say it was a bad dinner at all for me. It was just long. And I feel like at cons, time is a very precious resource. So to think, oh man, I kind of want to go do A or B or C, even if you're surrounded by good company, the fact that it's taking time, it like does turn into a little bit of a negative. Caleb, hi Hawk, hello. Matos has. Oh, Matos, I did the thing. Look at me. I'm so FF7671 coded. Oh, you were listening in the shower? You might have heard me talk about it then. Campaigns with artists in them explode with art. You ran a campaign for a couple years with artists. They'll do so much art of the characters, NPC, and romances, and all sorts of things. Yeah. It's so cool. There was one morning at Coffee Village where every morning begins, where I talked with Geo, and like I've talked with Geo in VR chat like a little bit here or there, but I didn't know like any of the lore. And at AC, I just asked, how'd you meet your husband? Like a very simple get to know you question. And it turned into a fascinating exploration between like, oh, well, I was hosting an RP guild in World of Warcraft and they submitted an application, and then we just started RPing in World of Warcraft. And then we started, their husband's like a really awesome artist, which I know you know, but I'm explaining for chat. But like their husband being an awesome artist is like, oh, I'm just gonna draw like our WoW characters together, and then I'm gonna draw furries and stuff. And it was really cute. Zip up your fly, we can see the pouch. We have to have at least one pouch slip over the course of my stream maze. Like, I'm trying to make it happen. I'm trying to burst out and let it flap out. Is that how you say it for pouches? I don't know. Rick. Hi, Rick. Rick, I hope you're doing amazing. Rick, I don't even care if my 100,000 channel point investment was Bupkiss. All I cared is that I spent points believing in you. Them shorts, I really like these shorts. Like, they have a really nice texture to them. They're very soft. I actually wore these in, I don't think you can see them here. Yeah, oh, sorry, I equipped them to the wrong boy. There we go. Yeah, this boy, past Kelif, they were wearing these shorts. Kelif touched me. That's actually true. I went to go pet Rick Fernello on Friday VR chat, and they literally died and never returned. Maze, schmoy. Everybody doing great. Heists are awesome. So many games centered around that. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever done a heist question mark. If I'm probably just misremembering over the course of my like 4-year campaign. There was probably one in there. So you wrote about in your journal, it was a success. You might do a slightly more hybrid approach next year with the main story as well, the AMA. Thank you for the lovely idea. Yeah, I like the idea of having the hybrid. I never considered that. I did think about batching my recap differently. For context, I kind of always do this, where it's like the column of a day and then the subsections of the day. I mean, recaps in the past, PureF 2.0 was not out, so I couldn't do groups like I'm doing now, so that's just a nicety. But I thought about just grouping the event styles together. It's like, oh, these were all the meals, these are all the group hangouts, these were all the solo adventures, and more just like pepper them in as interesting side things. So, but I also just love egregiously taking a long time appreciating every intimate detail and kissing it once or twice or thrice. So yeah, I'm just doing my old thing. Gally. Hi, Gally. Showing off. Huh? What's that one, like, I don't even know what the meme is called aside from the, huh? Like the cat thing that I saw on Pronzo's stream. Dr. Spooky, hi. I show off naturally. I just kind of am always serving cunt. I think that's kind of how I was born. No pouch flapping? You're gonna tape my pouch up? This is the worst chastity I've ever been a part of. But Kel, if you gave your channel points to those who don't believe, I am ensuring that the economy is going to remain booming for a long time. This is a temporary setback for me personally for the growth of the community. I hope you're well. I'm actually doing great, yeah. Cunt with a K? Yeah, the K in Kangi stands for cunt, but with a K. Kelvin, you're actually heckin' attractive. Thank you. Fucking, they haven't stopped by the stream, but I'm gonna go find the DM. Right here. So Crouton Blue Jay, who was at the convention, I actually have like a picture of their icon. Yeah, here they are. I had Bakersfield with them. So Crouton Blue Jay DM'd me yesterday while I was talking with my boyfriend for hours and hours. They said, Kelif, my workplace got someone that looks exactly all caps like you. It's scary. Uncannily looks like you, all caps. And I said, do you need a selfie to show them like their doppelganger? And they said yes, and I gave them this selfie. I feel like this is one of the better Kelif selfies that I've taken this year so far. Nails. Yeah, I got my FF7671 nails right here. Hi, Sword. Oh, sorry, let's flip it. Yeah. Sorry, let's crop it because everybody's yelling at me about my fly. There we go. Zord, I hope you had a beautiful virtual slice on Friday. I got the invite, but I was in the middle of exploring the Anthrocon 3D photo world that a photographer put together, and it was really cool. And then I invited my boyfriend, so I got distracted. But I know that you had like the Just Be Club 3 instance going on. I hope that was really fun. Oh, thank you, Wolfie. So jumping back to my recap, because I have to stay focused or it will take me 3 streams. Oh yeah. So I forgot about this. On the Redbeard's menu, they had a sandwich called an inside out grilled cheese. And I read it slowly and I said it slowly and I thought, that can't be right. But I'm ordering out of curiosity. So when you think to yourself, what the fuck is an inside out grilled cheese? It's actually exactly what it sounds like. The cheese is on the outside and the bread's on the inside, and char is not the right word. Here it is. This is a cheese outside right here with a bread inside. It was weirdly fascinating. Crustate? 2 cheeses in between a bread. The just because floor was crashing the cutscene for you, so Hawk Tuppies have a little instances smaller where they could see people. Gosh, Hawk is such a beautiful friend, aren't they? I didn't even appreciate in the moment because I was starving that they do actually have a red beard man on this, so I guess that's where the title came from. Quelif. I still need to commission fucking Chocobo art or I'm a Quelif. And I'm like a red chocobo with like, I don't know where you put the diamond on a chocobo because I have to have the diamond if I'm ever TF'd. But I'll figure it out. Forehead probably, because I think on the beak it wouldn't make sense. Chocobo. Run like a chocobo. So yeah, that dinner itself was like a 2.5 hour experience. And after the fact, I'm like, okay, like I did a number of hours of Dealer's Den. Before that, I was at the streamer meetup. I literally jogged 6 blocks to get here. I am so ready for a break. So after Redbeards, we slowly head back towards the convention center, which my hotel is on the way for, being in the courtyard. And I say my goodbyes to people. Oh, the guy who I talked with D&D with for like probably 90 minutes, it was super cute because he was like, Kelif, thanks for talking to me about my campaign. And to me, it was a joy. It's like, yeah, that was like the highlight of the dinner for me, was to learn all about his kick-ass campaign and see all of the art. I don't have a great visual memory, but from what I remember them showing me, there was like a synth character, there was a protogen character, there was like what I thought looked like a Deathclaw, like it looked like a sick, awesome campaign. So I had skipped my break to run to dinner, and I'm like, I'm so fucking excited to go and be alone. And you know how printers refuse to work when you're in a rush? I feel like the universe notices when you say out loud or internally, oh boy, I can't wait to be alone. I feel like sometimes the universe exists to spite those thoughts. Because like 2.5 hour dinner, no breaks, and like hours of doing stuff before then, I walk on up to go to my room. 2 fursuiters in there, my husband and JD puppy getting into my suit. And I think, okay, like they're about to head out. They're getting into suit. This is fine. I can chill right after they leave. Oh, sorry. I have to do a louder knock. There we go. Knock on the door. 2 more fursuiters come in. And I'm like, ah, beans. Ah, man. Ooh, gosh. And my husband's excitedly like, oh, can you take a photo of all of us? Me running on 5% energy. Okay, yeah, sure, I can do that. And I walk on over, I take like a bunch of photos of all these amazing, adorable, super cool fursuits filled with people I love. But my reservoir of like being able to chat and being around people was really small. And I go let the 2 fursuiters back into the room, and I think to myself, I can feel myself not being the person I want to be for socializing. Like, I don't think I can expend the effort that I wish to expend to be a joy to others. And I thought in that moment, I don't know how to process this with company around. So I'm just going to leave. So I came up with the worst excuse in the world and say, I have somewhere to go. You are beautiful. I'm leaving. And then I left. And I just kind of started walking because I thought I have no hotel room to go to. I don't have my badge on me because I had just ran to the dinner. I didn't have any plans. I was just kind of very stuck in my head. So I thought, okay, how do I clear my head? How do I exist in like a grounding technique? I'm just going to go on like a walk. I'm just going to walk towards the waterfront. I'm going to ensconce myself in nature. and then just like walk away from the con on the waterfront side, because I've done that in the past and I know the vague idea of what's over there, and I know there's a lot of trees. I know it's like gorgeous out even if it's warm. So I just go on like a meditative walk, I suppose is the right way to phrase it. And I do that. And the universe just knows. The universe is like, oh, your boyfriend can sense like a wrongness in the force. I get a voice message from my boyfriend, and they're like, oh, how are you doing? Internally, I'm exploding, but I think I cannot allow myself to be a burden on others. So I respond with, oh, I'm just going on a walk right now. And like, they know me. Like, they know I'm like full of shit when I say that. And they're like, oh, Caliph, like, if you need somewhere to crash, you can come to my room. Like, there's people in here, but they're taking a nap and it's kind of just soft. And I still feel this refrain inside of me of I don't know how to allow myself to be a burden on anybody, so I'm just going to politely say no. So even if the perfect situation arose to like solve my internal explosions, I still said no. And it's the idea of, and I've processed this a lot with time, but in the moment, I literally did not know how to have a healthy reaction. I only knew how to turn inward and be alone, which I know is a character flaw and it's something that I do need to work on. The idea of actually asking for help or saying, I need A or B or C, I'm really bad at that. And I thought, it's not that big of a deal. Twitch default smile emoji. I can just walk on over to the hotel. Everybody will be cleared out. It's not a big deal. And my anxiety is like really in my head because I'm making bad decisions. I'm not accepting help. I'm not reaching out. And I just get like in my own head even more. I'm like, this is such, what is the phrase where like they put the homeless spikes everywhere so they can't rest? I was like, capitalism is hell because the only place I can sit down requires spending money. And I had my wallet, but I didn't want to go do that. I didn't want to go purchase a drink or a sandwich or whatever just to be able to get the grace of soft sitting. And right before I got to the hotel, I was thinking, I'm reaching for the top of the Christmas tree. I'm standing on my tiptoes on the ladder. I can almost put the star up there. I'm blocking out the rest of the world because I'm so deep internally, but my body's still moving. And I hear like the curve, and I'm like, ugh. And like I wake up and I'm back in the moment and I hear, oh, Caliph, hi. Hostile architecture, thank you. So I hear like oh, Caliph, how's it going? And I think I have to put the mask on right now. So I'm like, whoosh, oh, hey, nice to see you. And I'm thinking, I literally am running on fumes, but I cannot be a burden to others. And I wasn't like really trying to pretend, I guess, that I was perfectly fine, because I did tell them, oh, yeah, I'm walking to my room to recharge right now. But I also could not bring myself to say, I need space, bye, because that would lead to like a bad interaction for them at the con. And I literally could not bring myself to do that. So we still had soft pleasantries, and I still felt bad about it because I was so in my head. But after that, like, I told them, you go have a great time suiting. I'm going to go recover. It was great seeing you. And I tried to still be really positive. And I was like walking into the hotel room. Nobody was there. I thought, I can relax. I can start to build up energy. And I hear the knock on the door and I think, oh my God, I'm literally going to go Mob Psycho 100 and turn into a psychological warfare machine. And it's like my husband and JD Puppy coming back from suiting, and they were having a great time, smiles on their face. And I thought, I do not have the wherewithal to be a positive force. And I didn't even mention this. When I first got back to the hotel room, when they were getting ready to go suiting, my husband had bought me a gift, and it had like a really adorable note on top. But like, I personally just did not have the energy to even open the bag and look inside. Like, even a sitting good grace, I could not allow myself to perceive. So when he got back, he excitedly asked me, oh, did you look at your gift? And I say, with no positivity and no love in my heart, I said, I have not had a single moment alone, so no, period. So that was probably the lowest point for me at the con, and it's all just like a bad domino chain. And my husband knows me incredibly well after being together for so long, so he knows when Kelif just needs to be alone. And they're both such beautiful people, both JD and my husband. It was just, again, bad dominoes and bad situation. I just had a 30-minute, like, I guess anger nap is the right way to phrase it. And then I was back to normal. Like, I guess it's just an aspect of being an introvert where if I don't get alone time at the right time, I feel like the Kelif boom is right around the corner. And I had a long talk about it with Rago and other people during the con about how help was offered to me and I still refused it, and about how when you're really stuck in your own head, you just can't make positive, rational decisions because you're distracted by your negative emotions. And it's, of course, with hindsight 2020, it's just I think the healthiest thing to have done there would have been to told my friend, oh, I can't make dinner. I overpromised. I'm sorry. And if I had just said that, I would have given myself time to recharge, but I was not allowing myself ever to be a burden on others. So I just took more and more like responsibility and effort upon myself because, again, I could not say no. So again, I have to be better about that. I need to replay say no more because that was literally the problem. If I had stuck to what I knew I needed, which was space and time, and then created a boundary, I would not have faced those problems. Or if I had said yes to my boyfriend when they had offered help, I would not have faced as many issues. But I'm learning, and we're all growing together. So that's why I wanted to tell that story. Is like there's not always going to be perfect like beauty at cons around every corner, and I am not a perfect person. I'm an anxious guy, and I'm an introvert, and I'm gonna make mistakes too. So there's your story for that. Growth is non-linear. True. I'm gonna catch my chat now. Chocobo. I know. I fucking hate printers. Poor California on energy saving mode. I would say that was the only point of the con where I really felt that. Otherwise, I felt like I was kind of just a bundle of love and energy. Lift this rue. Carry them to a comfy bed. Imagine asking for help. Imagine asking for help, Golden. Gosh. So you can say I need to go recharge before my anodes start creating dendritic crystals and I turn into a spicy pillow. That vibe when Kangi runs out of hops. It's rare, but it does happen. Good night, Dio. Yeah. Thank you for the Kelif speedrun Mob Psycho 100 moment. It's hard to accept the love of others in times of need. It really be do. People want to be needed. Yeah, we talked about that. There's an intimacy and burden, a closeness and help, a hug when someone cries, or a kiss when someone's lonely. I cried a lot of the con, and I got many hugs for that. I went through a whole section of my life dealing with those feelings, yeah. Kangi, Rue, how do you do? Hi, Faye. Hi, Reagan. Reagan, I got to meet a Spout at the con, and that was really fun. I was actually lurking in their Persona rating stream yesterday, and that was very fun. When I think of one bird, I think of all birds, and therefore I smile. Future pro tip, as someone who went through the same thing at TFF, wake up early before everyone else and spend an hour in the bathroom, take a long shower. Honestly, great fucking advice there. The hotel, question mark, won't ever run out of hot water? I don't know, I didn't try. I talked a lot there, I'm gonna sip some tea. But yeah, Faye, I just described my my one big running on fumes time. But after that, things got better, and I'll tell those positive stories next. Spout's wonderful. I wish I could meet up at a con. It was really fun. Like it was at the very end of my convention, the Drain the Well party. So I'm like 2 days away from getting there. But since I'm on the topic, it was really sweet. Like me and Spout, the way I would phrase it, we kind of run in different circles, not negative. It's just factual. Like we have a lot of mutual friends just because that's how Twitch is. but I would say we have not really existed in the same space a lot. So being able to take up the same space as them and have just like good silly times was really delightful. But yeah, after I Caliph boomed, I took a nap and I regenerated. And this was July 4th. This was the Friday. And for people who don't know, the waterfront at Anthrocon is like the hot shit place. Like, this is where you go to party. This is where you go to hang out. And this is where events happen. The waterfront itself is like very pretty. Somebody else took this photo. I think it might have been Lupin or Setsu. But it was just sunset at the waterfront. And it's really nice. Even if it's hot and humid, it's still a really gorgeous spot. The spots that lead down to the waterfront, they can look like this. It has a nice, like, winding, like, snakish path. And then if they turn on the flowing water, they have lights underneath. It goes through the RGB. It's just a legitimately pretty part of the con. And I got an amazing text from my boyfriend after I had my anger nap and I completely recovered. My boyfriend is like, do you want to go see the fireworks at the waterfront? And I just like, I flashed back. I did like a Jimmy Neutron brain blast. I did the Ratatouille critic eating the Ratatouille. I was just like, and I flashed back to Sunday of Ferality, the Somna that happened this year. And my boyfriend was like, oh, do you want to go watch fireworks in Ferality? Me staring at my phone at like 4 p.m., an hour before I start stream. And I think, I literally never considered not streaming today until you mentioned that. And they gave me one of those, I don't have a picture of it, but the idea of, well, I'd really like to watch fireworks with you. And I'm like, ooh. So I did not stream that day and I watched virtual fireworks and it was beautiful and I really loved it. So when they texted, do you want to go see fireworks by the waterfront? I was like, Caliph Melt, yes. It's like, I would love to do that, especially after me not taking care of myself and experiencing some negativity at the con. So I was very jazzed about that. This was actually a picture of the, yeah, I'm gonna go do that in a sec. Okay, perfect. So this is definitely a picture of the waterfront while the fireworks are happening, or I should say right before, because holy fuck, it is shoulder to shoulder. Some people are standing on like little, how do you say, just parts of the scenery, like little like wooden or like ceramic things around there. Some people are standing on there's like a hill over here and like little guardrail on the hill. Some people are standing up there. Other people, I don't have a photo of it, but Rego was put on Gio's shoulders because they were sadly too short to see the fireworks. And then when the fireworks did actually happen, while the angle, not really great, the feeling, super fucking cute. Like, this is just you hanging out with your best friends, or even in my case, my boyfriend, while you're just watching this intimate small thing and you're hanging out with great people. I got a little video of the fireworks too that somebody posted in our group chat. Here it is, AC 2025 fireworks. Going to do this. I'm going to keep the volume low because it's explosion, so I'm assuming it's very loud, but we'll see. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, it was like this type of energy. It was also the energy of some people are that like, how do you phrase like a belligerent level of drunk, and they're just like starting to chant. They're starting to just like say very loud things all around you. So I was doing my best to try and ignore that and just appreciate my boyfriend holding me while big, beautiful explosions were happening. And I don't know if people know what I mean when I say this, but I was giving my boyfriend a seatbelt hug. Like I was reaching over their right shoulder with my right arm, and then I was reaching under their left arm with mine and going kch, and locking them in, like in that sort of thing, giving that type of hug, which I thought was really adorable. And then pauses music. I'm using a different keyboard right now, so I'm learning the buttons. So I gave them their seatbelt hug. The explosions were happening. We are looking in the distance. And then they break the hug and they turn around and they kiss me. And this is like soft and adorable and romantic just on the surface level. But I have more than the surface. I have the whole universe of truth inside of me. Because I know this is the first time we've really kissed. And then we started to make out just a little bit. And it's definitely the first time we have ever made out in public. And it felt very special to me because if anybody does the exclamation point boyfriend command, like, you know, they are kind of like a public secret. A lot of people know who they are, but I don't ever mention their name on stream as in redacted as my boyfriend. But the fact that they felt comfortable in that moment to share the intimacy with me, being surrounded by a bunch of people we knew, like hit me very deep in my special heart place. Like it just felt to me they care more about showing me that they love me than any notion of like identity or eyes upon us or anything like that. So it felt very sweet. It felt very nice. You can't say redacted my boyfriend because redacted otter exists. I literally thought about that right after I fucking said it. I was thinking like Outer Wilds redacted, and then I remembered, oh fuck, redacted's a person. Anyway, yeah, it's gonna be an ad starting in like 30 seconds. Dusky. Hi, Dusky. Scandalous. Mm-hmm. Oh, the fireworks are pretty. Keidel's so pretty. Hi, Keidel. It's lovely to see you. Yeah, the fireworks are really nice. I had a great time there. I heard a number of people around us say, wow, this view sucks. Or after the fact, they were like, oh, I could barely see anything. And I would tell them, I saw everything I wanted to see because all I was doing was hugging and kissing and looking at my boyfriend. Pronzo, I showed, here it is. I showed this YouTube video of you describing the gooning party right before I told the gooning story. You had a very fun time with the fireworks? Good, good. I am remembering you and another squeaky individual holding each other, which is very cute. Oh, no, it was funny. It was great. Oh my god, Cadenza, you were here earlier. Hi. Chad, do you know Little Cadenza? They're very funny. They're very cute. They're very bird and adorable. And that slate gray earlier. Let's go find it. You can find this and multiple other colors on their stream. Oh, yeah, you're playing more Dark Souls 3. I haven't stopped by a Dark Souls 3 stream of yours in a bit. There goes the ad. Okay, I can continue that afterwards. Dodgy, I don't know if you saw, I read your essays, plural, for the 1 and the 2 that you submitted, and then I left comments on them. Let me scroll up. Actually, I should sip water real bad. I haven't sipped water in over an hour. Ugh. Oh yeah, I missed a bit of chat. Sorry about that. You want to live there. I mean, if it was chiller, maybe. It was very muggy. Calip's social sub-arc for boyfriend only. There were so many people I got anxious, but friends near you made you feel better. I'm glad. And I imagine next year you will have like an even stronger like social power inside of you, thinking, oh, I've already done this. I've already been around 18,000 people and I had a great time. So I'm going to feel even less anxious this year or whatever it is. And I guess to be fair, like a lot happens in a year. Like I feel like I've changed a lot positive in a year. And I feel like a lot of people in chat I know have changed a lot in the last year too. You're much too short to watch from the docks. Yeah, Rego is tiny. Sorry, the first two timing was bad. We tried to go to the room quickly. You got the feeling you want alone time. Definitely need to go so hard on taking the photos also. As I mentioned earlier, the phrasing of I had to put the burden upon myself. I don't know how to turn off, quote unquote, in times of need. And I know both you and Will are like emotionally aware and smart people. So I'm sure you could pick up on it, but like I did not know how to publicly show weakness, and all I know how to do was walk away. Which again, I'm trying to work on. Yeah, true. Yeah, Golden saw I was being very gay. Hi again, Kieran. Kind of seatbelt. I love typing Hawk's name like that. Hawk. That's a cute as fuck story. He's so fucking cute. My boyfriend's adorable. You should go to bed too. Good night, you done. Hi, Taryn. I am a hopeless romantic. Okay, so the ads are over. I'm gonna hiccup. I haven't caught you stream Dark Souls 3 in a little bit, Cadenza. Last time I stopped by, you were fighting that one fucker in a church, which is Dark Souls, which doesn't narrow anything down. But the guy who has like the two swords that are different colors, and then he spawns like a stupid fucking clone at half health. I'm assuming you're way farther now. Hi, RFG. You're so sad that, oh, you were so sad that fireworks show for some reason. I mean, so context. I had a 6-hour call with my boyfriend yesterday, which is just regular. That tends to be a Saturday thing for us. And during that, he recapped a lot of his Anthrocon for me. And as I just mentioned, at the fireworks show, him and I were spending a lot of time together, and both also our lips were too. And he texted me at some point, lol, where'd you go? Where I went was to walk and talk with Rago because they were feeling down. Wolf Snubs, hi. Tells a heartwarming story. Here's a picture of a bondage hot dog. I mean, I feel like I'm known in my stream for just jumping quickly back and forth between very emotional and serious and completely not serious. Oh, you're the first person that ever raided my channel. I want to return the favor. Your first raid. Oh, I know you're on the PS4, so raiding's probably annoying. Like, I know NB, whenever I do VR streams of them, they're like, I'm just gonna end stream. I don't want to deal with raiding from here, which is so fucking valid. But yeah, I was saying, and then the ad struck / shout. I don't know if I can shout it. I can definitely ! SO. I like hanging out in Little Cadenza streams. Previously they played Wild Arms, and I watched a lot of that. They're going through Dark Souls 3 plus, what is it, Street Fighter Sundays? Yeah. So I think they're fun, I think they're cool, and I think they're funny. Your second was definitely better than the last. Let's go. My brain remembers a lot of things positive, but also latches on to minor details in strange ways. And I remembered in Pranzo's stream after AC last year, my money, you mentioned something of like, I wish I had a friend group to like go around with and stick with at the con. So I'm very happy to hear that this one went well. You definitely changed lots, says Reagan. Streams his wonders, big same. Had to put the bird upon myself. Did I cuddle or kiss any birds at AC 2025? Close his eyes. Oh, I kissed Crouton. Yeah, we mentioned Crouton earlier. I kissed that bird. I think seeing you smooch was a highlight for me. I mean, you took photos of me and my boyfriend hugging each other. I'm just assuming you kept a private picture and or video of us making out just for you to watch later. Imagine Caliph being very gay. Imagine. Hi, Fan. Oh, Pontiff Sullivan, that guy. That's right. Oh, you just finished the game? That's awesome. What are you gonna do after that? Is it gonna be a Dark Soulsian style of game? Is it gonna be RPGian? Okay, I'm gonna stop saying Ian after things. You're lovely to talk feelings with. Whoa. You also kiss that bird? You also may have left a mark or two around their neck. Good. You don't think you've kissed Kroot yet? So because I didn't really set it up on the stream, I just kind of continued from where I left off last stream. I thought to myself, I've never really kissed my friends at cons. I've kissed my husband, and this is my first con I've ever had with my boyfriend at it, so I definitely wanted to kiss them. My kiss counter system led to many kisses, and what was it, six different makeout sessions, which I was very happy with. Shout out to great immune system to not getting sick from all the kisses I got and the 6 different makeout sessions with 4 boys. But yeah, at this point, I was probably at like 140 at the fireworks show, which was awesome. Something short. Do you think I'll have to turn it on Wednesday? The mystery. You need to kiss more cute boys. Fucking same, yeah. Wow, made it with at least 4 people who tested positive, did not get sick. Let's go. I should ask if people appreciated my kisses. Ooh, do one step better. Make a Google form. And then have one of your assistants send it out to people. Number 231 here, reporting for duty. Yeah, I kissed Foodski too. So I talked about that. Let's see, where do I want to pick up after that? Oh yeah, I got to meet Karichi at the con. I already mentioned that I met Gio, but at the waterfront, I got to see Karichi in person, and we had like a brief talk. It's actually cute. They reached out after the con, and we've been talking a little bit more because we have a lot of mutual friends, and it happens at cons all the time where you have like a 5 or 10 minute talk with somebody, and that's it. So being able to continue in either VR or Telegram or Discord or whatever after the fact is nice. It's like, oh, okay, we vibed, but we didn't really get to test the boundaries of how deep the connection could be. Let's keep chatting. Yeah, Corey is very sweet. I've like really briefly talked to them in VR before, but the texting we've done in the past week has been, I think, more than any other convos. You want a kissy Roo? So chat. Should I bring back the kiss counter for my next con? Or should I come up with a brand new idea of something else to metricize, parentheses, sexily? So I've only thought of like really horny ideas and not anything that I can really talk about in public. So if anybody has other soft ideas, oh, actually, I did think about a hand holding counter. I thought that would be cute. Kangi boy. Me probing connections all day long. I journaled a lot this weekend. On Saturday afternoon, I just picked up my journal and I just wrote out 4 pages of different things in my mind in like one session. And the word you just used there, connection, I wrote like 4 paragraphs about it. I said in that journal that I wrote, I don't know if purpose is a word that I necessarily need in my life to actually do things. But if I had to prescribe one word for the purpose that I find in my life, it would be the power of connection. I love that word. It's an integer overflow your counter. Ugh. I mean, I feel like the number I got to, which is still a surprise for the end of stream if I get to there at the end of it, I feel like that was really good. For a first kissy counter con, really great numbers. Grinding? I've like never done grinding though. We can do horny. Sami, hi. You're a Henny friend, yeah? I saw you there while I was hanging out while they were playing Night Rain. I'm actually shuffling cards right now, which is what I talked to Henny about. It can be as horny as you want, as long as I'm at that con. Ooh, I've thought about that title, like having a Sharpie or something every time something happens. Bring back the counter, make it digital, and post it to my site. The more horny it gets, the smaller the counter will be. I mean, it's true. Unless... Live updates throughout AC, we need the data to see where the spikes are. The spikes are wherever I get time with my boyfriend, no matter what we're metricizing. Take a permanent marker and write on people and name a number in XOXO and counter it. I mean, I don't even know what con I'm doing next. It's probably goes through brain. It's probably just Annex next year. I have nothing planned the rest of the year. I caught up on chat. Cool. I already briefly talked about it, but Rego and I had a big feelings talk from the fireworks place at the I keep wanting to say Weston, but it's not. That's where we went at the waterfront. Other W word. So waterfront or Weston. We continued talking there. Thundy was painting their nails with the Matos nail polish, which was very cute. And I stayed out there talking for a while. Kieran was there too. I had a lot of nice, soft interactions with the people. Oh, that's where I talked with Wolvie and Lupin about KWC. That was really fun. And then I got a couple texts on my phone that I checked. And Hulix texted me, I'm in the Weston lobby and Robikin's in fursuit if you want to stop by. And I thought, oh boy, do I. So this kiss counter right over here, a number of people are like, Caliph, fucking bet. When I see you, it's on and the number's grinding fast. And one of the people who threatened me, parentheses, positive, with this experience was Robikin. They are one of the few people in the past that I have like made out with at cons. And I thought, you know what? That was fun. We can have like a part 2. And I saw Robikin in the Weston lobby with Hulix, both of whom I've seen at cons before. And we were just chatting. If you've never seen Robikin in VR or at cons, they are a delight. I can't even mimic their voice very well, but it's like a scratchy cartoon character that's flirting with you aggressively. It's a great time. And they were being super duper puppy. They're one of the most puppy people that I have met at a con. And we just had like a lot of nice conversations. But we did not make out because they had their fursuit head on. They gave me soft fursuit kissies, which I did increment the counter with. Temporary tattoos, we have to hold a kiss as long as it takes to apply the tattoo. Ever since you showed the finger thing, you've been nonstop telling Henny to be ready. I'm glad. Make people sign my shirt. That's an interesting idea. The thing where the sub tallies their partners, it looks a little incrementing just for kisses. Kissing friends are the only dailies I want to grind. You go to log on, friend. Kiss right here. I gotta get the points. Crypto high. Dusky got them to break character in VR last night. Really? Actively pestering Robikin now that I've mentioned them. I caught up with them since I did see them in the VR chat on Friday. So that was my last post Anthrocon interaction with them. Oh, Dusky made a new model? That's exciting. Dusky's really good at model stuff. I'm talking too fast. I have to slow down. I have to sip my tea. Ugh. Look at me. I'm leaving silence on the stream. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I hope you're proud of me. Okay, so silence over. Let's see. Oh, so I don't know how many people who were not at the con knew about Anthrocat. So Anthrocat, fucking adorable. Tater, if you know them, or Photographer, who's very closely connected with Tater, they were the voice of Anthrocat. And they've been the voice of Anthrocat for a while, like even a couple months leading up to Anthrocon. I met them in VR in their Anthrocat VR chat model, and they were like doing the voice, they were doing the character, the whole bit. I was unaware until the con itself that there's multiple flavors of Anthrocat. There's the fully virtual model, who, if you see them on social media, Roxy is the body double for, but Tater is the voice. There's the actual like puppet that's so fucking cute in person and on their social media that Tater just walked around with at the con. There is an actual fursuit of them. I don't actually know who is in the fursuit who like walks around and does that, but it was very cute. I got to talk with Tater. I got to see the Anthrocat. Fucking okay. So I have to go find the link right now. I'm gonna go over here. Gonna go over here. Oh no, actually, I sent it to Deckies earlier, so it's super easy to find. Perfect. I'm gonna leave this link in the chat as I talk about it. Let me make sure that there's nothing here that I shouldn't show. Question mark, checking. Cool. So, if you don't know Photographer, everything they do is super cool, literally. If you hear Photo does something, you should check it out. So here's this world. Anthrocon 2025 3D Photo Gallery. So you might think to yourself, duh, Kelif, it's a 3D photo, it's in VR chat. No, you don't understand. He had this, it's called the KuCam Ego. I'll also link this in chat. So this is the device that they have, and it's so cool. Like, the camera itself is this white thing on the right, and then there is this magnetic attachment. It's a stereo camera, so it takes a photo from the left side and from the right side, and the module actually mimics 3D. Like, you can feel if an object is close or far away from the camera. In other words, they made a VR chat world with the photos from this camera. So you can go and you can see literal 3D photos and feel the depth of fursuits and the depth of the environment just in VR. It's fucking awesome. So yeah, Rego, you saw the actual camera in person. The photos you saw in person are uploaded to this world. They also, I'll find a link to it here too if you're curious. So they went to CFZ, they went to Confuzzled, and they did the same thing. Dio, Dark Overlord, they've gone to this and we talked about it. There's other 3D photos here of that event. And they were telling me, Kelif, this is my favorite thing. Like, I'm gonna go to every con and take 3D photos and upload a world. This world was like, when the fuck was it uploaded? Because it was already ready. It was already up like a couple days into the con. Yeah, they published it on July 9th. They were so fucking prepared. Oh no, like if you think I'm a good conversationalist, I literally think photo has me beat. They go, at least in the past when we talked about it, they would go to public VR chat worlds and just talk with people. They are at that level of amazing socialization. I hung out with photo, what would it have been, 3 or 4 years ago at Anthrocon. We went to closing ceremonies together, and all we did was talk to each other in the back corner, and they are so awesome. I love everything that photo does. Non-kitchen chat. Talking talking too fast and an excited puppy trait. Oh, so Poppin, I mentioned earlier on stream, and I'll tell you right now. Oh, actually, I have to show you other things. There's so many Poppin coded things that I could talk about and get distracted with, so I in fact will. So Felix, you know Felix. I'm gonna get a kissing commission with them. This is me researching like cool kissing artists on Fur Affinity earlier today. It's not official yet. We haven't commissioned anybody. I was just doing research. But yeah, Failwin, who was in chat earlier, different from Faywin. Their wolf character, they got commissioned as a dragon, and I told them if they did that, I will commission more Kelwolf puppy art. So I'm quote unquote positive, contractually obligated to get more Kelwolf puppy art. I was researching FA earlier, and I thought I kind of just want to commission Goliath again to draw more Kelwolf cowboy puppy art. So I'm gonna reach out to them, I think, and see if I can get a call. You need a clicker to remind Kel to stay focused on the recap. I know exactly where my clicker is. I'm gonna go grab it. Okay, so once I catch up on chat, I'm gonna clicker myself to fucking focus. Me slowly accepting that Kelf will not finish AC this stream. I mean, probably true, yeah. Just being able to recreate any IRL location of VR shit is so cool. It is, yeah. Gosh, I love researching. Gosh. Okay, chat, clicker warning, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so now I'm focused, and I'm gonna go over here, and we left off right. I went off right here, perfect. Oh, so speaking of puppy-coded things, I'm so happy Poppin is right here for this. So there's the front part of the Westin directly to the left of the entrance, and it's essentially just like a wooden steps to lay on and sit down. And I was reaching my EP time of the night. I had my negative emotions earlier, and they had drained some of my energy well. And other than that, it was just like a busy day. It's a con. And I literally laid down flat on the wood, and I was surrounded by friends. You know how people fall asleep in VR chat and all they do is close their eyes and listen to their friends, and it lulls them to a sense of comfort and eventually sleep? I was doing that, but without the sleep. I was just laying down on my side on the fucking wood, and I was just listening to people, and I was like inching closer to people who I wanted to hear better. So I inched closer, basically on my side like a worm, to get closer to Lupin and Henway, who were talking. And during this, while they were chatting, Lupin reaches down and just scritches me a little bit, like as if I was a dog at their feet. And I thought to myself, I get it. I get it. I get how people become more puppy-coded. You're just sitting at somebody's feet and they give you soft scritches while they just have a conversation. I understand. My chat's not fucking refreshing. I can see it on stream, but not in OBS. Let me refresh it here. All right, perfect. Can I send that via mail? Oh, I'll get right on it. It'll be there in 2 to 3 business weeks. Remember that Dusky? Yeah, true! Dusky gave away like 30 clickers of the con. You used yours to good effect. Did you like hug Silver and then click? Because that's what I did. Want a world to be the same size as the convention space where everyone can experience the walk on. Can you also experience the heat wave? You also clicker yourself sometimes. Actually, Yuki, I legit bought a clicker to clicker myself, not exaggerating. Would you love Kelif if he was a worm? I love my friends too, Faye. That's my fucking streamer. Also, Siren, hi. I say hi earlier, but I was in the middle of my sad talk. Hi. That fuels you. This is such character growth, Kelif. I actually didn't even tell Lupin that I enjoyed the dog scritches, but I did. So there's an MFF world in BRC when episode started summoning for the AC. I would also believe that, especially because AC's been around like since what, 2007 or something. Oh, chat, I'm gonna immediately get distracted. Bima, you're gonna have to clicker me after this. So Vivi in chat made an amazing, can I show all this here? Double checking, yeah. So Vivi made this and they posted in my Discord. I asked about custom keyboard information and I knew they had a lot of info. This is what they gave. It's fucking beautiful. I have only licked the tip of this iceberg. My tongue got stuck and then I had to drink some warm water. So I am not even like a small percentage through. But this is awesome. This is way more than I could have ever expected just asking you, a cool Twitch chat member, for keyboard advice. It's awesome. So you did that, but you got fursuit paw pets and I could do brain. I got locked in the conversation for an hour just getting pets. There's a part of my convo, or my con, that I've not gotten to yet, where somebody in a coyote fursuit just like was really adorable. I went to their blue sky while talking with Thundy. Wolfro, hi! I hope Bitcraft Online was so fun. Actually, tell me about that. I don't know anything about it. Also, hi, Wolfro. Thinking. So a coyote fursuiter that I hung out with named Coyote, very appropriately. I went to their blue sky while talking to Thundy. I was sharing my screen because I wanted one singular photo. I only found not safe for work fursuit photos. I was like, I literally cannot find one safe for work photo to show chat. And I went all the way through their media tab. It was actually delightfully funny. What color? I have their ref sheet here. I can show you. That's Magdalena Bay. There we go. The character's name is Switchgrass, but they go by Coyote. Amigo, hi. How do I get fursuit paw pets? So the reason I brought it up, Strutsky, and I could not find one fucking safe for work photo of them. They have the softest fursuit paws I've ever fucking seen. And it was also the first time I ever saw somebody get on their knees to press their face into fursuit paws and have the biggest smile on their face. I will not identify this person. I will just say that it happened. You must raid and scoot to make it the dinner in time before explosive. Let's see, how was it? Oh, it's been great. Context for all the people who just came in. I talked about the con for 5 hours plus current run times, so nearly 7 hours. And I'm here at the end of Friday. I'm not even done. Yeah, there's the scritches. Yeah, that's where I left off. So you did nothing in 2022 except to talk to people about in Discord about keyboards, and the furry VTubers, the special interest has been activated. I don't want to use the word, but I think it's appropriate. No, I'm going to do a different one. I love activating people's special interest whenever I can. Magdalena Bay good? It is so good. So it's a casual, almost 12-hour stream. 10 of it being Bitcraft, a nice, cozy, buggy online civilization survival game. That's awesome. Tama. Oh, sorry, Tama. I didn't give you enough triangles. Here we go. Now we can have more triangles on screen. It's what Tama needs. Toe Muncher, hi. Hi, Kelif. You haven't met me yet. Place his face into paw. Appropriate Gigantify. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna sip tea, sip water, and I'm gonna get back to recapping. Zag, hi Zag. Zag, it was so fun hanging out with you at the con. Oh fuck, you're seeing Magdalena Bay in October? You're so cool. I wish I was as cool as Hurry Slowly. Your bum Magdalena Bay was playing in your town during the weekend of Fwa. It was cool seeing you too. Colon 3. 3. Oh, yeah, so... Okay. How do I structure this? So, at the end of Friday, as I was laying down on my side, being pet like a dog and definitely not feeling anything inside of me, so it was Henway and Lupin, as I mentioned. And Henway, they were just gabbing, and they said, when am I ever going to get in a suit? And I'm like, and I sat up, and I said, that guy, right over there. And I pointed to my husband. He has a lot of suits, talk to him. And then I went back on my side to puppy mode. And Henway talks to my husband, and they're like, oh, so how many suits you bring? 5. Oh, can I like get in one and try it out? Yeah, sure. So going from when am I ever gonna get in suit to oh tomorrow morning literally took 1 minute. You're still laughing at the fact that Fortnite made an emote for image? Yeah. Plus. Kangi 10 to 10 best Quan pal, super inviting, made meeting so many people the first time super nice way back when we first met. True, it was also Anthrocon. Would recommend meeting Kangi IRL. I try. Yeah, Henway really speedrunning it. Oh, I don't know if Kieran's still in chat, but we had like a really nice conversation while I was gosh darn EP. I had sat up. I was more human than puppy in this moment. I'm gonna hiccup. Oh, Expo, hi! Expo, it's nice seeing you at the con. I'm so sorry you caught me at my lowest possible energy point at the con. I opened a great stream. But yeah, Kieran, there's going to be an ad starting in like 5 seconds, but I'm going to talk before it starts, I think. Kieran is there. I was sitting up. We were talking. And I guess I won't say all the things that they were talking about because it's their own feelings and I won't publicize it here on my stream. But the way that it ended is Zeke, as in Squeaky Zeke, plopped on top of them. And then Embellis plopped on their left. And I plopped on their right. And we basically started a cuddle pile on the wooden floor. And it was very cute. Would Mike be the Kingy IRL? So Annex I always do, Anther Expo, and AC I always do. Everything else is like a floater con for me. Imagine speedrunning furry. Imagine going to Anthrocon next year, Strutsky raises eyebrows. Oh, you just beat, Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. Samoa Joe is amazing in it. Let's go. Yeah, the cuddle piles are so cute. So we got through Friday, chat. I hope you're so proud of me. Chat, can I get a treat? Chat, can I get pets? No. Poppin is the puppy-coded streamer. I'm the Kangi-coded streamer. We can't get too lost in this sauce. Anyway, hooves? Clicker? I could click it. The only reason I don't want to indiscriminately click anymore is because Gwym, who was in here earlier, I clicked once and they all caps said, Caliph, I'm clicker trained. You can't do this. You're not allowed. So I'm like, I basically want to give a warning before I do it just in case. I think Kankis can have pets and traits. This is the best message all night. I'm going to sip my tea and pour more because we're in an ad. All right, I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna close my eyes and take a deep breath before talking like a whirlwind, okay? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna say nothing for like 20 seconds. There we go. So you want to make AC next year? Ooh, you're thinking about doing Furry Delphia instead? I don't know. I feel like Anthrocon is always going to be my ride or die con, especially after this year because it's so magical. Oh, Mina Sung said a great pizza at Giovanni's for running into you. That's awesome. And they look so excited to put on their puppy head and run around. Hooves? Question mark? So it's Saturday. Oh, wow. I showed this off previously when Sancho was talking about it, but they made a Dr. Hawk plushie, a little cheese wedge. Sancho's incredibly like crafty. They made a lot of really cool stuff, including a belt for me that I have photos of somewhere over here. Well, they made this belt for Lupin, awesome. This belt, I think for Harp, no, it was Seth. I saw the blue and I immediately thought Harp. And then my belt is somewhere in here. Yeah, this one is mine, gorgeous. I wore that earlier today. I'm currently wearing pajama pants, which require no belt. But here's my smug face holding, yes, the Dr. Hawk Sugar plush. And also me taking a photo with a small Gyoju too. Definitely gonna get Izzy yourself. Oh, hopefully the Pirates play at home then. I remember seeing like a small YouTube video sent by somebody that just like it cataloged some sports player. I think it was baseball, talking like the furries are here again. So AC was going to be a writer.com before I moved, and now it's kind of like I make it money wise. Yeah, it is expensive. It is in all cons in existence too. Oh, you never saw the Gyojin until after the con? Who had it? Was it Dusky question mark or was it a Sancho? I'm actually misremembering now. Oh, so I talked earlier about Henway and about how they just yes ended themselves into the quan, and then I said go talk to my husband if you want a suit. So let me show you the small video that I have over here of Henway in my husband's fursuit, just like wiggling. Chat, I tried my best to bully them to come down outside. Yeah, look at them. This is the quote-unquote not a furry before the con wearing a fursuit at their first con. They had no idea like where to put their arms or how to move or anything like that. But it was very cute. They are in there. They were stuffed into this rat and got to wiggle, got to move, got to experience it. As Henway said after the fact, I now respect the game. Like, it was hot during the week of Anthrocon. Like, I think this day was like 85, 87, something like that. And they're like, people do this for hours? They do this for that long? I think Henway was only in the suit for, I would argue, like 15 minutes, something like that. To be fair, I did not realize how, to use their word, blind they were without their glasses. Like me, I can see in full vision, like if I extend my hand out to the fingertips, like there, and then everything's progressively blurrier. The way they kind of use their hand motions to show how much they could see without glasses was basically one or two hand links, and that was it. Yeah, okay, get me out. 85 laughs in Texas. When my husband's sister, one of them, came to visit Kansas City, it was like 85 outside, and she was like, it's so nice. I'm from Phoenix. This is like winter weather. Oh, he told me it's like a -5, like contact prescription. Woo! Fursuit fans for the win. I've actually, well, have I? No, I've experienced one fursuit fan before, but it was very nice. But yeah, this was my cutest photo, wah, of Henway in fursuit. And I like them looking at their paws like a post TF, huh? Like how did I get here style thing. Rat stuffed. Gotta love my husband. Yeah, Andrew McCutcheon, thank you. Star Pirates player tweeted furries. Yes, that is what I meant. Rat husband. Yeah, this is Henway inside my rat husband suit. Seth was confused when I was in jeans when I arrived at the airport. I wish I could yes and into a fursuit. Madas, you should have talked to me at the con about this. You could have taken Henway's position. This could have been you. You could have been, well, actually, are there allowed to be two rats working at Mados Incorporated? Would you have to kick Rago out if you became the rat? I don't know. The con, yeah. Oh, so on Saturday, we're finally on Saturday. Sorry for my verboseness. Actually, no, you're welcome for my verboseness. I won't apologize for my internal and external beauty. But anyway, I'm gonna sip water. You know what? I think everybody who is in jeans should consider wearing a skirt. Could you consider wearing tights with me? Could you consider, I guess shorts are an alternative, but they're not nearly as hot sexually. But anyway, so I was in the dealer's den. I was walking with Henway post them being in fursuit. We went to the AD part of the dealer's den, and the same thing that happens always happens, where I look and say, oh wow, I got gifted a sub by Lightling. Fortnite. Oh, sorry, we have to stop. Drop everything. The safe word Fortnite has been mentioned. Hi, Divvy. The con. Oh, man, you have -4.25 in your right eye. Woof. Rats can be productive, yeah. You wear sweatpants to avoid scanner-related issues, but I would never willingly put pants on when the weather's about 70 degrees. Yeah. What about swim shorts? I still think boys in skirts are so cute, so I'm going to push for that. Oh, you'll settle for shorts and thigh highs? Okay, slay! Yes. I mean, I guess we could put people in latex. I've never been in latex. I actually don't know if it's hot or cool. But anyway, speaking of, yeah, so we went to the 80 part of the dealer stand, and the same thing that happens always happens, where I look and I say, huh, neat. And then I move forward and I don't purchase a single thing. I don't think I've purchased one horny thing ever at a convention. I don't know if I ever will, but nothing has ever spoken to me in those spaces. But we get out of there and I see someone and I think I must talk to them. And I'm around like a bunch of beautiful people, but I'm just like, no. I have to walk up to this stranger, actually. I don't have a photo of it, but this girl was in like a gorgeous skirt. And from far away, I thought to myself, that kind of looks like Firewatch. I don't think anybody's made a Firewatch skirt, but I need to answer this by asking them. So I walked on up. They were purchasing something from a booth. And once they stepped away, I was like, oh, hey, I just wanted to say I really like your skirt. Where did you get it? And then they compliment my skirt and we start talking. And they were like, I'm pretty sure it's this website, but I'm going to double check. And we just like gabbed back and forth. And they described it to me. They said, oh, it's not Firewatch, but it's not Firewatch, but I can see why you would think that. It was inspired by a line of like D&D inspired skirts, and they were different like seasons. So they were wearing the summer skirt, but there was a winter, there was a fall, and they told me, oh, it's by Palace Pixels. And jump scare because it's a light mode website. Sorry about that. But here, look at this fucking skirt. There's a company out there that makes D&D style skirts. In other words, dragon skirts. This is real. I sent this to Zord. I'll put this right here. They do skater skirts and they do, I think, midi skirts. I think that's the phrasing. Yeah, look at how cute they are. Look at this pattern. It's all so adorable. Oh, I mean, we can just look at their shop really quick. They have a lot of stuff. Let me get a skater skirts because I think that's the cuter length for me. There was one really good like rat themed one, I think. There's the wizard one. Oh, yeah, this is the one the girl had. I saw this and I was like, Firewatch skirt right here. So, really liked it. Yeah, oh, sorry, that was the fall one. For some reason, my brain thought it was a summer one. There's another really cute one I just wanted to find while I was scrolling. But, oh, yeah, look at this owl bear skirt. That's really fucking cute. Let's find a zoom in on it. Oh, these little friends right here. Bird-themed skirt. I don't know if anything can be as good or as cool as Witch Vamp because I'm so addicted to them and they're gorgeous. But I really want to purchase something from this company. Yes, this is what I want to find. The Bloomborough skirt. Look at this. We got tiny critters. We got rats, we got chipmunks. They have a couple different designs right here. Yeah, this is the one I like with like the soft navy blue in the background. Really adorable. So I left the link in chat. Oh, I did not see this one. The sleeping dragon in a field of roses. That's a fucking slay skirt too. Oh, so yeah, I only really had one skirt that I wore at the con a whole bunch. I need more for my collection. So by NX next year, so I have like, what, 6 months or so? I really want to improve my collection. F-Pop would love this website, if only F-Pop would ever return. Opera GX is a forced dark mode, you heckin' love it. I have an add-on that I could have looked at, but run like a chocobo. Hi, Harbus. Harbus, I don't know if this pun ever reached you, I forget. But I was on Tama's stream while they were playing Final Fantasy Tactics, and they were like, oh, who in chat wants to be a named character? And I told them, Tama, I know you just started, but when you eventually get late into the game and you find red chocobos, could you name one Quelif for me? So I've never gotten art of Quelif drawn, but I would love to just because the pun is so fucking good. Yeah, Quelif? I love Quelif. Finally, a skirt designed specifically for me. Hi, Thundy. Yeah, isn't it Firewatch aesthetic? I definitely got fooled. Opens immediately at the mention of Bloomborough. Yeah, their stuff is so cute. I mean, they have a lot of nice stuff too. Jump scares, sorry. They have like a lot of cool like shirts and whatnot. I'm here for the bottoms. Sorry, I'm here for the skirt. Which is why I found the website. It's very good. Thank you. You're very good. I hope you've been having so much fun playing RimWorld. Sorry that I fucking died. Chat, context. Harvest on their stream. You should go follow them if you like horny TF villains, which they are the best one ever as far as I'm concerned. They're playing RimWorld with like the new X Pack and some mods. And they had a, oh, do you want to like be a character? One of the named 4 like starting crew members. And Poppin was there, who was here earlier, and they signed up, they got it, and I'm like, I want to be a crew member with Poppin. And I did the channel point redeem. And I was like the medic, and I fucking died. What was the disease? It was like plague. I think I got plague, and I could not tend to myself fast enough, and I just like that. And I told Harbus in chat, I was already planning to, but I told them, I have to go on a walk to process my own death. And then I left. Quelliv. You heard him, chat? He's here for the bottoms. I mean, statistically, the majority of you are that word. So yes, I'm here for you. The colony exploded in fire shortly after. I did miss that. Sorry that I fucking died. Me too, to be honest. An ancient orb with an eldritch horror of hate and pain showed up and exploded literally everybody. Whoa. Yeah, I did. I got sick and laid on the floor and fucking died. I didn't tell you, Harbus, but like post-con, I had like a really awesome conversation with Kofu. And during that, we just both said really nice things about you. Let's see, I'm gonna go back to my con recap, wherever it is. Foodski, I don't know if you're still lurking or listening. Foodski, real. Look at this nerd right here. I actually never saw their fursuit in person, but I really wanted to get to meet Foodski. Like, they were at Anthrocon, and they were like, Kelif, if I don't get to see you, get to hang out with you, I'm literally going to explode. There they are. See, they survived, which means I met them at the con. This was me right here doing, I guess, a YouTube face question mark. I'm like, oh, I'm right here. I can flip this. Actually, how do I click you? I think it did the thing I didn't want it to do. Oh, I see what happened. It got the text. So if I do that and then that. Perfect. So yeah, I was like, oh, I'm right here in front of Hall B, where the vendor hall is. And then we got to see each other. And it's always wonderful seeing somebody from like furry Twitch or VR chat that you've never met before IRL. And Foodski was a delight. I feel like they, without knowing, continued to push on something that was building from the night prior. I talked about how I laid down on the wooden platform next to Lupin, basically like a dog, and got scritches. And then Foodski's like, hey, do you want an incredible nail massage? And I'm like, well, yeah, sure. Yeah, that sounds nice. And honestly, probably one of the best nail massages I've ever gotten. When I say nail massage, I don't mean they massage my nails. I mean that they use their nails to massage me, my head, my hair. Oh, they were really good at it. Foodski's a nerd. True. Harbus is easy to appreciate. True. I do love Kofu. Kelf makes me added to the Bomberman Kangaroo, but all feathery. So you mean this right here? I'm gonna go find it. Yeah, you mean out of stamina? I love that I have, what are they called? Louis? Yeah. I love that I have the Louis right there. Calvin, I took the same photo that... Yeah, you did. I just opened that on Telegram. That's so funny. Man, isn't Cell so handsome? I think Cell's so handsome. The Scritchies. Scritchies. Let's see. That would be me if I was also conscripted to be a doctor. I love Harvey Yikes. Harvey Yikes has become a vocal stem where I say something and at the end just say, Harvey Yikes. I said Caliph Slay in person next to Henway at the con, and they just gave me a head shake. I think they told me, you're more millennial than I am for saying emote codes out loud. The Quan, yeah. No, no, that would be so funny. Where is it? Yeah. So the no scrumping sign, I took a picture of this because Rago made a card game. I never played it, but I was around people who played it called Scrump, and I like paused in my tracks. When I saw that no scrumping, I'm like, I gotta go take a photo of this and send it to Rago. So this person in the dealer's stand, they were selling a bunch of like retro stuff, and I think they were also the person selling like the Zoids and Transformers and whatnot. And they were free, and I just said, I have to ask you, what does scrumping mean? And they said, have you ever walked on up to an apple tree and taken an apple, and that apple was not yours? And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, if you got a no scrummeting sign, that'd be so funny. I feel like Dusky would laugh very hard at that. Did they play Nine Inch Nails during the massage? They did not. They had 10 fingers. Oh, you love giving and getting those? Yeah. That's what I always look forward to the head checks in school. Yeah. Yeah, the scritchies. Cell is so handsome, true. Yeah, it's true. Upper, back, and shoulder scratches. And oh, is it my pretty skirt which I liked and complimented? True. Yeah. I will make you play. You played Scrum today and Rago kicked my butt. I feel like when you design the game, like you are going to destroy others at it. Loser has to kiss the winner. Just Scrump rules. You have to send me the PDF of Scrump rules. Is that actually on there? What is scrumping? I just talked about it. Hi, husband. Gosh, I love my husband. Let's see. I talked about that. I talked about that. Oh, yeah. So I saw this suit right here. I didn't get a picture of their badge, but I think it was something as simple as like a coyote and a cowboy hat. It was something like that. It was just right in front of your face. I've been becoming more and more cowboy coded over time. So as soon as I saw them, I'm like, can I take a photo with you? And they said yes. I'll scrump with you, sweetie pie. Yeah. Oh, yeah, when the nurse takes your blood pressure or something, true. Pretty doggy. So yeah, as I wrote down here, which you can't see, I had like a great time chatting with Foodski. It was really fun. And we were just standing in front of the dealer's den. And I'm like, I would love to go in and walk around. And they teased me about it later, but kind of a group just formed around us. And they're like, wherever Kelf goes, a circle will begin to form. So they got to see that happen in real life. And even if I would deny it, it's true. Like, people would walk up and be like, oh, hi, Kelif. Oh, hi, Kelif. Oh, hi, Kelif. Like, it kept happening positive. Ooh, Cowboy Coyotes might have been the start of the Dottie arc, yeah. Save a horse, write an exclamation point, howdy, yeah. So I had not purchased a lot of things of the con at this point. I mean, that's a fucking lie. You saw all the stuff that I got over here. I got like, what, 10 things? Let me rephrase. I did not finish off my budget, and it was burning a hole in my pocket, and I wanted to go walk around and spend more money. So one of the first things that Foodski and I saw as we went in was a tea vendor. And I'm like, oh, slay. I've not gotten any furry tea and I would wish to try. There was this friend right here. Look at them. Whoa, Glinda, Soot, and Cinder. Twenshue's jumping right into the tea. And I looked at the back and I thought, oh man, I've actually never had Lopsang tea before. And people like Rumble in my chat had mentioned it. They're like, oh, Kelif, it's a really smoky tea. It has a super unique flavor. And this tea booth, they had like a bunch of tiny containers with a lid that you could just go and just get a little sniff out of. I smelled it and I thought, I do wish to have a smoky tea existence and try this out. So I brought a number of different, how do you say, like bags at the con. I had like a small, oh, I forgot I changed it to black. Let me go back. I had like a small sort of shoulder bag that is designed for journals. So it was like this. It was really tiny. It kind of felt like a purse on the side, which was cute. And then I had my Ida bag, which was like much larger, and it had like all of my pins just all over it. So I could carry a lot in there. And then I had like my actual backpack. So I had a number of different like forms of like travel and stuff that could hold things. Today, I only had this. And how we mentioned the other day that somehow the universe just knows things and you might be unprepared for what the universe knows because they know so much more than you do. I only had the tiny bag, which meant putting this away was a struggle. After the fact, I'm like, literally, my skirt pockets are bigger than the bag that I bought. I should have just put it in there. But in the moment, I'm like, shoulder bag. It has to go in shoulder bag. So I struggle, I put it in, and then I keep walking. And we keep walking. We go find this deck. I fucking love Stabler Cake. I purchased this. I have multiple like furry theme playing card decks, even if I don't play playing cards. I just think they're really pretty. Love all the Stabler Cake stuff. I've purchased things from them before. Look at this. This is the back of the card right here. They had a lot of really interesting designs. They had like a deck that you could pick up and look around. I love all like the jagged shapes, like the abstract stuff. This shark right here, really cool. I don't even know what type of fish this is, but I think they're hypnoing me, so I have to pull away. Yeah, look at the back of this. Crisp, clean, gorgeous. Oh yeah, the Joker was just like a gorgeous hyena. I love this crocodile, these owls. Everything was so cool. The deck, I thought, I must purchase this. And I was with Foodski and we were just talking, we were being casual. And do you ever reach for something and it's not there? And you think, oh, but it has to be there. And you reach again and it's not, and again and it's not. And I thought, that's fine. That's not a big deal. I have a credit card. It doesn't matter that I don't know where my wallet is in this moment. That's fine. I have a phone wallet. Stuff's in there. So I pay, and then I kindly like just start walking back, and I'm like, Foodski, I don't know where my wallet is. And they're like, oh, I think we should walk faster, mister. So we go back over to the tea booth because we had just purchased something from there. And I talked to them, and I'm like, hey, was I a silly guy and left something? And they said, oh, yeah, like just walk over to ConOps. We found it. It's whatever. I walk over to the ConOps that's in the dealer's den, and they say, oh, yeah, we saw that, the small brown wallet. We already gave it to the main ConOps people. And we're like, adventure! And I feel like I'm a pretty good guy at like keeping a steel face. I just had the whole conversation about my yesterday where it's impossible for me to ask for help. So we just like walk on over to the main ConOps, and I'm like, hey, you know, I just went through this experience. They said they already found it, and they said they gave it to you. They look me straight in the face and they say, nobody gave us anything. We don't have it. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I just fill out the form. They have like a Google form. I've never lost anything at a con before. It was my first time. And I fill out the form and I say, they'll contact me. It's not a big deal. They confirmed already found it. It'll get there, I guess. And we go back over to the dealer's den. Foodski's keeping me wonderful company during this slightly stressful scenario. And I didn't think about it until afterwards, because whenever like you make a mistake like that, it's easy to like spiral a little bit. And I was thinking, oh man, I'm hanging out with this internet person that I met for the first time, and I already got like egg on my face so fast, and it's gonna be like a boring thing, an annoying thing for them to deal with. Again, going back to the whole thing that I talked about previously, the inability for me to be a burden on others, or if I am, then I beat myself up about it, which again, I'm working on. But yeah, I was in my head a little bit about that. After the fact, it was like, oh, looks at phone wallet. Literally the most important things are here. My driver's license, my credit card, my hotel key, all the things that I could like actually be really angry about losing are present. What is in the actual wallet that was misplaced? The rest of my dealer's den cash, and then like the card for my grocery store, and like random bullshit that I never removed. So in the worst case scenario where it disappeared, I would have been out like $50 or whatever was left in the wallet. But things end up working out. Yeah, the suits are internally themed. True. Oh, a lionfish? I never heard of a lionfish. These guys right here? Oh, you're shuffling yours right now? I'm shuffling. I bought a card deck from Etsy like probably a year ago at this point. It's like fucked up because I play with it so much. There's corners that are gone. All the faces are kind of scrungled. It wouldn't be compostable without it, yeah. Oh, I did see the refillable journals. They were also by Talenchi, where I got my tarot card deck from. Me in the past, probably like 2018, bought one of them. It's still in my stack of journals in my closet. Oh, you bought 3 of those decks? Whoa. Yeah, like actual playing cards, yeah. Adventure. Cherry, my loss. Pamder. Hi, Pamder. You sent me something important? I saw you sent me the markdown file. I have Telegram open on my other monitor. There we go. This is what Rego sent me. As part of winning Scrumped, the winner exclaims, "Get Scrumped," and the loser is forced to kiss the winner. Can you put in parentheses around forced? Can be tugged by leash, can be pushed against wall. Here's examples of the way you can force others. Not the grocery card. It's okay. It's tied to my phone number. I did. I had my $100 bill still. Did I end up finding it? We're not at that point of the story. We're in the middle, and I'm getting distracted with chat. The more worn a deck of cards is, the nicer it feels to shuffle. True, true. Oh, they're an invasive species. That's why they look evil. Yeah, we did take the griffin picture for Twama. Pamder, hi. I am cute. The loser wins in the game? Got it, got it. Oh, sorry. Click, 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 click. Okay. Anyway. So, when I went back to the dealer's den, I'm going to snooze this ad. When I went back to the dealer's den with Food Ski, we were just like talking. I know they were like, oh man, Kelif, he's probably feeling down. Let me be like a chipper guy to keep him company. And I did appreciate that. And I was in like the middle of the dealer's den, and Henway, they like run on up to me, and they're like, Kelif, Zord is looking for you. Did they find you? And I said, no. And they said, are you doing anything? And I said, I'm waiting for a text from someone. I didn't tell them it was from the Lost and Found. It's like, I'm waiting on a text for someone. But yeah, I can just stay right here forever. And they're like, cool. And then they ran away. So they were on a mission to like help Zord find me. And I was just like, I'm going to post the fuck up. I'm going to stand right here next to the booth that's all just covered in yellow. Very easy to find. And we just started talking. Some people Foodski know came up. Some people I knew came up. And we were building like a small group of individuals. And then Rego in chat came on up. I'm going to drag this over here. And they got me, honestly, what I think is one of the sweetest gifts that I got at the convention. I'd never seen these before. I saw the booth after the gifts had happened, but you know, like those kitschy like lockets that high school sweethearts have, or at least media tells us they have, of you put together the 2 hearts, and it's like, oh my god, we're gonna love each other forever. This was a sweeter version of that, and it's much more furry. It was, I actually don't know the name of the artist. It's not on the back of it. It's on my keys over here. Yeah, I don't see an artist name in here. If you know it, Rego, you can put it in chat. But yeah, it was 3 different little canines that could all snuggle and cuddle pile all together. And it was so cute. It was so perfect. So this is me. This is Rego. This is the 3rd mystery person right here holding theirs. And this will turn into another story later, but I did really like this gift, and I have it right here. It's on my keys. Oh, my dog. Oh, you have one of those? They're so cute. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. So Rego found me. They gave me their gift. And I mentioned earlier on my last stream that Zord was like, I wrote a letter for everybody who's at this meetup, 46 people. And they walked up to me. They put their hand on my shoulder and they said, Kelif, I'm still cooking on yours. I'm not done yet. And I'm like, sweat emoji. And I'm just like, okay, like I gotta get destroyed when they find me. And in my mind, that meant this is not happening at the con. Like, you are going to get a letter in the future. It's like, it's going to be sent to your house. They're going to ask for your address, whatever. And they walked up to me, and they had one with my name on it, ready to go. So that was incredibly sweet. I did not open it there at the con because I knew it would absolutely destroy me. I've known Zord for a long time, and I also wrote them like a 6-page letter. So I knew they would have a strong power there. I have since read the letter since I got home, and I did cry. It was very nice. Oh, my boyfriend, got me this one. Anybody who can find Rue merch at a con, get it for me, and I will give you smooches and/or money. In return, asterisk, I have to not already own it. But my boyfriend, they would have got smooches anyway. Super cute. Love the I'm Rue. There's actually another gift that I got. Where was it? I saw it in a picture. Yeah, you can barely see it here. I'm Popufur. I got this during a gift exchange at that particular point too. And I think I might have told the story on stream, but I mentioned again, so whatever. So I was gifted this, and I thought, I don't really think of myself as a popular quote-unquote person, but this is a bit, so I will put it on my lanyard. Somebody later on Saturday, they walked up to me and they said, Kelif, why are you wearing that? And I told them, well, I was actually hexed. This is a curse. I cannot remove the I'm a Popufur badge unless I meet somebody who guaranteed has more clout than me, and then I can clip it on them, and then they must meet someone more popular. Does it turn into Voltron? Honestly, we need Voltron with more snouts, which I guess is just Zoids. You have one of those? They're so fucking cute. You wish you had poly and plural stuff for this. Honestly, great idea. Me, my husband, and my boyfriend should have something like this. We all combine. What if chat bought you 25 of the same Rue? You only get kisses if it's new. If only Merle had been. I know. I would have loved to hug Merle there. Who's more popular in the power couple? The thing is, my husband and I have very different spheres of influence. There's gonna be an ad starting soon. Like I'm very like present in the Twitch and VR chat worlds. I've been called a pillar of a community. I don't know what that really means aside from just I'm adorable and everybody wants to smooch me, which is true. But he's like very in his own realm with like all the WoW furries and all the Bostonites and all the lawyers and whatnot. So we know a lot of people collectively. Calling friends Popufur is peak. People get way too tilted about the word Popufur. It's supposed to be tongue in cheek. Yeah, you're right. Their tongue should be in my cheek, rubbing inside of my cheek. There's something there. Yeah, you were there for this. True, yeah. Do you know who the +1 was, Foodski? Oh my gosh. You may realize how weird it is there's not more Tokusatsu or Power Ranger phrase. That's true. I like yours is the reddish wood. True. I like how mine's reddish woods. You know who the +1 is? Don't spoil it, Modest. It's Fritos bean dip. I would actually destroy some of that. Zer, hi sir. I'm gonna sip tea. There's also an ad currently, so I'm gonna sip water too. I had a coffee at like 3 p.m. instead of 2 p.m. So that's probably why I'm talking so quickly. Intentionally, I'm doing a deep breath. I'm gear shifting. Okay, I'm talking slightly slower now. We're here. We're not in the high pace tripping over my tongue over all the words. We are chill. We're so relaxed. I'm gonna set my water now. You get a ton of furry swag from these cons. I set a budget of a few $100, a redacted amount, and I thought, I'm gonna keep purchasing until I'm out. And I did exactly that. Also, I was gifted many beautiful things at this con too. Zer, how did Outer Wilds go? Chat, Outer Wilds alarm right here. Zeronos just did their first stream of Outer Wilds very recently. It's always a joy to see how people interface with the game when they are 90+% blind on all the situations and all the secrets and everything. You split your budget between you, your normie friends, the gifts for people at the con? Yeah. You've literally never felt so appreciated at a con. It was nice. Okay, bet I'm gonna make you feel more appreciated at the next con. I'm very happy to hear that. That's super sweet, Matos. So the ad's over. I was hanging out with Zord because, you know, they just gifted me their letter. And they said, Kelif? They showed me their phone. Who's this? And I go, that person texting you on Telegram? that's my husband. And they go, what? The way that Zord surprise goes, what? You know, I didn't even notice the Fritos bean dip until literally right now. I was like, I wonder where Matos got that reference. I fucking see it now. Anyway, so, what? Yeah, so Zord did that. And what the text had said from my husband, it said, do you want to spend more time together? And what that really translated to is, do you want to come to the hotel room and cuddle? And once they knew the actual identity of this person, the answer was, of course, yes, let's go. And I was free. All I was doing was waiting on the text from the lost and found. So I said, Zord, can we make the 2 a 3? And they're like, oh my gosh. And that happened. So I walk with Zord, we hold hands, we chat, and we start just going back to the hotel room. It was beautiful serendipity because right outside the courtyard, right before we walk in, I get like a call on my phone. I look, it's a Pittsburgh like area code, or I guess Pennsylvania area code. And I open it up, I go, hello. And it's the Kaunas people saying that they had already found my wallet and I can come by anytime between now and midnight. And it's like, thank God. Like, I already knew, I was told it was found, but it just checked the box of anxiety off of my brain, which meant I could focus on boy holding and non-binary friend holding and appreciating. It was so good. Oh, you're having a great time playing it? Good. I'm glad. Sugi. Hi, Sugi. Sugi, I hope your AC was so beautiful. Mine was. You deserve it, F-Pop Angie Trim. Oh, did people say I appreciate you? Oh, you can't stand that? I'm curious, Renchiko, what rubs you the wrong direction about the phrase? Heckin' stinker. Am I recounting my AC experience? Lamau, yes. I'm most the way through Saturday. Chat, type 1 if you think I can finish on this stream. Type 2 if I'm a fool. Care. Hi, Corvus. Hope you're doing well. Less. Okay, nobody believes in me. Oh, they did the fireworks. It was really hot, but it was nice out. Yes, I actually kissed my boyfriend at the fireworks, and it filled me with so much love, I almost exploded like the fireworks did. Absolute clown. Oh, wait. I have to use the perfect emoji. There we go. That's me. I'm F-Pop Clown. Anyway. So, Zord, beautiful. Oh my gosh. Look at Zord right here. I was so happy to meet Zord at the con. And I mentioned it earlier, the idea of at cons, like you're going to get 5 or 10-minute glimpses into somebody's internal workings and their external beauty. So being able to actually just walk with one individual alone through the city, which we did from the con to the courtyard, so not that far, but we still did it. And then we went up to the hotel room and my husband was there. And my husband was like, whoosh, and they like slightly pushed Zord onto the bed. And then we just started cuddling and holding each other and speaking softly with one another. Which honestly, if all cons were just a scheduled either cuddle or makeout session, I'd be down. Like literally, I could say I don't even need to go to dealers. I can just hold friend 1 from 1 to 3 p.m., friend 2 from like 3 to 7 p.m. Like, that would be more than enough for me. You should send the one pic that you took. You should. Aggressive snugs. The tears on Sunday will be one stream itself. No, I'll get to that today. I feel it. I can finish whenever I want. Thank you. I do appreciate permission. That'd be enough for you for real. When you can see everybody at the block party, I actually didn't really interface with the block party at all. That's what cabin trips are for. Hurry's so smart and so correct and so handsome. I appreciate that. When people say I appreciate you, first off, it's usually an empty platitude. It makes me feel like they're subordinate or something. Hot, sorry. To me, it says, you're worth something to me. You understand? It's just a phrase in modern English. You would never snap at somebody who says it. I definitely understand the thought of, like, there is this traditional phrase, and it chews at me, even if it is meant in a nice way. Anyway, what happened next? Oh, yeah. So I'm going to send my tea really quick. So on the way from the con center to the courtyard, they told me a story, which I knew like a little bit of the context for, but they filled in a lot of gaps because if you think I have a good memory, Zord definitely has me beat. I'm just a better note taker. So Zord is telling me a story about Dr. Hawk, a beautiful, wonderful individual friend. And they're like, Caliph, did you hear about the perfume that Hawk did? And I said, well, I know that Lupin and Bug got some. And they said, it's more than that. It's time to bully Caliph, but he's going to finish the story really quick. They said, it's more than that. Like, Lupin had one scent and Bug had another scent. Together they are, well, sorry, individually they are distinct and wonderful, but together they combine and smell even better. So the two partners come together and their smells combine and it's gorgeous. And they talked about how Pronzo was gifted one, which I did not know about before the con. And they told me about the one that they were gifted. And I thought to myself, I'm about to get to smell Zord's perfume up and close, so there's no point in even asking what it smells like, because me and my husband are about to hug them for hours. So, me and my husband were on the bed with Zord, and we're just having like that beautiful, quiet, intimate bedroom talk where you're not talking like this. You're not trying to talk to a room. You're just speaking softly, and it's like, oh, yeah, I get that. Oh, that makes me think about this. And the beautiful, quiet, intimate moments that you can have really only with people that you're close to. So I disappeared with Zord to the hotel room just to cuddle and talk for like 2 hours. And my husband was there for, I would argue, about like half of that. And then he got the jitterbug in his system and he went to go do his husbandly things. But it was really nice, both the time with all three of us and both the time with just me and Zord yapping. There was a lot of conversations that were really nice that I'll just keep between the two of us right there. I will show you one thing though, plus 41 to the counter. Thanks, Zord. I appreciate you. They were the one who took this photo. Kiss your friends. They were the one who said stretch and increment the counter by 41, please. Did I meet any normie Pittsburghians? I don't think so, unless you count meeting as like servers and talking to them at restaurants. I think that's really it. We love that cheese. Yeah, we love Hawk. No serious external source for the rain. Yeah, literally. To my credit, I think Gen Alpha has come up with some pretty illustrative phrases that are pretty hilarious. It's true. Gosh, I love plus 41 combo. Nico, it's so lovely to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. That's a shame. I feel like one of the best parts of the AC is the normies get a chance to mingle with the furs. I heard a story from my husband yesterday. Side story before I get bullied and go take a break. Um, Me and my boyfriend, like I've already mentioned, had a 6-hour Discord call together. My husband, they hopped into the private space that they have access to. And while my boyfriend did their Anthrocon recap, my husband was also present and we all talked together. The reason I bring that up, it relates to Corvus, what they said. Um, they know like a lot of dancer people, my husband, and they know strobes. And through strobes, they learned that, okay, so context. Like the furry dance events at cons are like a big thing. And I don't even know the name of all of them. I don't know the name of them. Fuck. Like the big different dance events, like they're very large in the fandom. Floor Wars, there's this. Like Floor Wars is very popular and people love to go visit it and stuff. And we don't really interact with the dance community of the city that we are a part of. This particular con that was different. Apparently there was like a local Pittsburghian dance troupe and they said, this day we are open for any furry to come on by and you can dance with us. They told me a story that Strobes tell them where Strobes went in suit to go dance with like the non-furries in Pittsburgh, and they said it was an amazing event. I didn't see any footage or photos or hear more stories than just the fact that it was amazing, but to me that speaks to what you're talking about of mingling with the non-furries. Pause. Hi, I do love a good stretch. Is a diaspora in Pittsburgh where AC rolls around from what I learned? That's true, yeah. you're such a dancer, it's hard to find time for them. It is. I've actually never attended like a big dance event at a con, like Floor Wars or the names of the other ones I don't remember. That is red, yeah. Should call them fleshies. So on that note, I'm gonna go take a break. Once every 2.5 hours, I want to stand. I want to stretch my legs. I want to make sure to take care of myself, and I want to encourage you to also be kind to yourself. I talk very quickly on stream, and I watch a lot of Twitch, so I know the feeling of, oh yeah, I'm doing fine. Looks at watch. I haven't eaten in 6 hours, or drinking water, or stood. So I'm gonna encourage you to be very kind to yourself, and I'm gonna be back in 5 minutes or less. Blood, you're so cute. It was so nice seeing you. Oh, I see a link from Strobes, or sorry, I see a link from Modest about Strobes. I'll get back to that. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. Okay. Well, all right, I'm almost back. Okay. Let me get my headphones back on, and I'll catch up on chat, and then we'll go back to recapping. There we go. A video of strobes from that event. Thank you. I'll let that play while I get back to stuff. I'll pause my music. There we go. Let's see. Can y'all hear that? Okay, cool. Let me up that a little bit more, and I'll get smaller. Look at them wiggle their tail. You think Flaw is the biggest dance scene of the US cons? I believe that. I'm gonna talk to chat while this goes. It'll be a little quieter. Strubs is so good. Pretty fox? We love pretty foxes. So last year on the flight home, you sat across the aisle from a Pittsburgh neighbor who was talking about the Pittsburgh Pirates pitcher tweeting furries and doing exceptionally well. Yeah. Oh, woof. Oh, is their account locked? I didn't even notice. It's been a while since I ate something. She goes, yeah, go get food. Gotta pay for your hops now. I never take long breaks. You returned from the doggy walk. We love a good doggy walk. I wanted to walk earlier. It was muggy and rainy and kind of gross, but I feel proud of myself for going on a consistent walk, which I want to look prettier. I'm not saying I wasn't pretty this year. I was very pretty this year. Even prettier next year by being a little bit skinnier in my skirts. For context, you definitely called Baldur's VR chat us 3 times. Each time was immediately after I called him a pretty fox. I love that. Rick pet me in VR chat yesterday, died, and never returned. So I sadly infected them. That was a really cool video. Thank you for linking that, Moz. You are gorgeous. The skirt brought you joy. Good. So let's see. Where to leave off? Oh yeah, I left off on plus 41. So I had a nice cuddle session with Zord. Plus 41 happened. Oh, I forgot that was a band name. Anyway, so I was invited to go to dinner to Yuzu Ramen with Zord and a bunch of other people, including Divi in chat. My side of the table, because it was a table of 8 people, it was me and Rago and Cell. And the right side of the table was awesome too, but there wasn't too much crosstalk between the two sides. My money, yeah. He's in too deep. He's in too deep. Don't be the silly dragon, okay? Yeah, please eat. The first meal you idiocy was Friday evening. Ooh, both you and my boyfriend need to eat more at conventions. I'm gonna punch your shoulder softly, but not too hard, because you have no stamina, because you're not eating anything. They drove to ACES, literally no excuse. So I went to Yuzu Ramen with an amazing group of 8 people. And on the way over, we were talking with Divi. We were talking about like bandanas and collars and kinks and consent. And it was just a really lovely conversation back and forth with a bunch of very smart people that I all appreciate the opinions of. And when I sat down at the table, I just had a little smirk on my face because I was like, I'm going to text my boyfriend. Context, because it hasn't come up the stream yet. Pre-AC, I thought to myself, I want to have no alcohol. I want my system to be flush and clear, so when I purchase a $12 cocktail, I can feel something. So at this event, I thought, I want to order 2 drinks. But the cutest way to order 2 drinks is to DM my boyfriend and ask for permission. So I was like, oh, boyfriend, can I please have 2 drinks with dinner tonight? Which is not a way that we normally talk. I just thought it would be funny and silly. And I already ordered my first drink after they responded. But they said, well, you have been good this con. So yeah, I did purchase 2. You think the last meal we got together was... I actually believe that, but that's so long ago. You were dragged, pulled, stolen away to eat. You had no choice. This is self-care. This is friend care, actually. Aggressive care from friends. Henway, hi. Henway, I don't think I actually showed you this video, but I already showed my chat. Here it is. I think... Yeah, no, my husband took this, correct? Question mark? Either way, hi. Here's a video of you in suit not knowing what to do with your hands. I hope this was lots of fun for you. Your favorite Divi quote from the con was, I'm suffering and you're laughing. So Divi in chat referenced something that I didn't actually talk about. So when I was hanging out with Zord, when we were doing our cuddle time over here, I didn't actually pause my video. There we go. When I was hanging out with the prettiest dragon at Anthrocon and cuddling them, we were talking about different things, and we were talking about touch, and we were talking about consent. And, you know, I say a lot of things in a very serious voice, even with jokes, and then just go back to talking normally. There they are, there's Zord. And when I was talking to Zord, I just casually said, oh yeah, of course, because my safe word is Fortnite, that means that everything's going to be fine. And before I could even finish my sentence, they just crack up laughing. And that's like a phrase that I have stolen from Divi. Divi has said my safe word is Fortnite before, and I always laugh internally. So I've said it a number of times at this con, the second time I haven't gotten to yet. But it always makes the room laugh. You were lost and insecure. I should have hugged you and held you closely while you were in suit. Actually, never mind, you would have overheated. I should have mimicked hugs just from afar so you felt affection. Those drinks looks gorgeous. Yeah, chat, look at my beautiful fucking drinks from Yuzu Ramen. This is Rago over here. They also had one. They all had like, I think this was the Tokyo Drift on the left side. All of them had very silly cocktail names. I really enjoyed both of these. Gorgeous, like grayish purple right here. This one right here. I was a little bit tipsy after 2 drinks because again, I had flushed my system of alcohol from 3 weeks of nothing but water. Literally ordered 0 drinks this con. They're expensive. It makes sense. Either the same. Pim and I drove. Yeah, you and not enough people ate this con. He's laughing again right now as I brought it up when Bug lost it. That's so funny. Yeah, that was Henway in this suit. Did you not hear about that poppin'? Yeah. Anyway, moving on. I also have photos of it wherever it happened. It was a busy day. Yeah, this is them looking down like, oh no, this is happening. Yeah, I'm also surprised they just found out. That's so salacious. California is up to a tier. Is it tier 4 swear word? Wait, what's tier 3? You just got crunked from it? Oh, that's true. Problem Child. That was the name. It was way too similar to Grapefruit. And an interesting drunk philosophy emotion talks after Icifi. That we had a lot of great talks at the table. The heat wasn't actually that bad, but the intense lack of vision from diving glass on the hair in front of your eyes making you really anxious and claustrophobic. So it's good that I did not approach you and make you even in a smaller space by holding you. Even tier 4 swearing for free? First, I don't think I could suit. You have an insane situation awareness from the kitchen. You feel too unsafe. You're aware and watching and losing that is huge. Yeah, you need a handler. You need like Bug or somebody to hold your fursuit leash. Let's see. That's too far. Oh yeah. I forgot that Divvy at dinner. We were just having nice, like emotional, serious conversations, and then I said, "Divvy, I hope this is not too horny a question to ask, but." How do you feel about wearing somebody's already sweaty fursuit that they've been wearing for hours? And they're like, listen, Kellen. And that was a great conversation. I love talking about that with you. You want the softest plush suit ever. I think when a partial, they give it your glass, you'd be cooking. Yeah. So we had a really good conversation about like grounding techniques. We were getting like very into the weeds with like games and other philosophical things in our brains. Philosophical, that's the word. And I'd like talking about the grounding techniques at the table because Zord was really cute about it. Again, the prettiest dragon at the con. They were like, Kelif, what I like to do in the shower is as the water falls down me, I try and follow the pathway of the droplet down my body from when it hits me to when it leaves, and then I try and do it with 1 and 2 and 3, etc. And I just thought that was really fun. I love knowing the different ways that people connect to the moment. Speaking of connecting to the moment, I'm putting my fidget toy down. It's too addicting. Philosophos. You send me your lucid dream tactics to ground. It works wonders. Yeah, that's awesome. You are such a nerd. Positive. It's not the deja vu from thinking your mind is melding the two. I need to try and remember more dreams. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So I had those 2 drinks. I snarfed them down along with all the food. And after that meal, I was thinking, I know exactly what I wish to do. So when my boyfriend visited during CrushCon last year, we, like, on the couch together would record voice messages for mutual friends. And it was just like a cute thing to do together. After that, I was thinking, ooh, a number of people here know my boyfriend. I'm like, hey, Silver, get over here. Because they had made us cry. Or at least they made me cry. Actually, I don't know if Basky cried at the AC IRL VR meetup. But I sure did. And I'm like, Basky, get over here. We're going to record a voice message for my boyfriend together. And I was just like leaning onto Basky like, oh, boyfriend, I have someone special here. And we just recorded a silly message. And then I pulled Rego over. I'm like, Rego, like, let's create a voice message for this guy. It's like, oh, hey, boyfriend, me and Rego are here. And it was very cute. I love doing silly little voice messages with friends. Next year, you have 3 goals. Even more friend time. More pictures of you. You want to try a suit? A suit that you can bring to the rave? I'll take the first 2 and add them to my list. They sure. Oh, you cuddled and sniffed many boys. Next year, more boys. Let's go. I was saying earlier, Divi, like, should I take the same strategy with my counter? Should I try and count like a different thing? I don't know. I feel like this was an incredibly successful con for me, emotionally, physically, mentally. So I don't know. I'll have to think about what I want from next year. Like, considering what I was missing from this one, I don't feel like I was missing much. All Chaos, you changed your name. I love kissing boys, yeah. You said a PB for cuddles? I absolutely said a PB for kissing. You want to suit our partial at a rave? That'd be awesome. You're trying to give Henwife what she wants, let her get practice. Yeah, you should. I don't know how many people have talked to you about like the actual intricacies. They're gonna be an ad in a minute, Henway, about like making fursuit heads. I think the fastest way to get the ball rolling is to have like they sell like little prints or like little bases that you can just start furring immediately, so you can focus on one step at a time. It's like, okay, I don't have to sculpt the head. I can just have the base and then start like attaching fur to it, and then I can start shaving it, like taking the large complicated thing and breaking it down to smaller steps. I'm sure people who have actually done it have a lot better advice, but I know my husband tried that in the past. You're just so kind of a partner. Ooh, counter attached to a collar. Chad, I've never worn a collar before, but I've done a lot of puppy themed things at this con, so I don't know what that says. I don't know what my future is. Chaos. Yeah, it'll only draw the 2 of you together. True. I think she'd love to learn the intricacies of it all. Feels pup. Oh, yeah, it's definitely puppet adjacent. Yeah, chat, the ad says starting soon. I'm not going to talk about the con stuff, so we're going to stare at this kiss that I found earlier. Taking Caliph to a mosh? I would need contacts or something to have my glasses not explode. I'm going to set my teeth. Not to be too horny, you just learned of a suit with a zipper on the pits. You're feeling very normal. Taking Caliph in your arms next con? Yeah, you're not going to wait till Sunday next year? So even in a Walls of Death run, it was insane. That even just the name, that's a crazy name. Oh my god, wait. Instead of headlocks, I'll combine Dusky and you to get the that I was upping counter. That's a great idea. Thank you for the Caliph pause. No, I love that idea. Yeah, chat, what are things you could count at a con that aren't too horny to type? I mean, hand holding I mentioned earlier, kisses, I already did that. Different types of touch. Hickeys, your body's already counting that. Ooh, pets? I like pets, yeah. The kind of paws, yeah. Ooh, collar leash tugs, that's a great idea. Yeah, leash pulls, same brain, same brain. So Walls of Death, crowd splits to 2 sides, and the band says you run each other and jump. What? That's crazy to me. Bridal cars are +5. You get +1 for every 5 seconds. Huge info. Collar and leash tugs are so good, can confirm. So Chaos, good puppy. Good boys overheard. Ooh, yeah. How many? Ooh, actually, just a praise counter. That's a really good one. Like, how many times people give you a really good compliment that makes you squirm a little bit? Yeah, see, Poppin knows. Poppin gets it. You're still at the Torrent of all people. Discovered your scruff response outside of Bakersfield. I mean, I heard that all self-exploration happened at Bakersfield this con. All right, anyway. So yeah, we went to Yuzu Ramen, and it was a great time, and we were starting to walk back. And I did the thing that I tend to do when it comes to conventions, where I finish a meal, and I just send like a text. I'm just like, oh, who's around? What's up? I'm over here, like just a feeler to see like who might want to hang out. And I see a response from Opta, who I knew was going to be at this con and I'd seen join the group chat, but like we hadn't really talked. I don't know how many people here have people like this in their lives where I have legit known Opta for like 5 years. And I think the longest conversation we have ever had in our life was 20 minutes. That's it. In between like conventions and VR chat and Discord calls, like we both know a lot of people and we are both constantly being tugged in different directions. And I thought, I would like to change that this con. We had like a brief interaction just in Twitch chat leading up to AC. And when they responded to my feeler text, Caliph, I'm 2 floors above you, I thought, okay, like this is it. This is my time to go have a long conversation with Opta. So I DM'd them and I'm like, hey, just to confirm, it's this exact room number. And they said yes. And I said, cool, I'm coming. And I was in the Westin lobby and I said goodbye to the people that I was with. I started walking over. I see Setsu. I point at them and I just say, I'm going to go hang out with Opta. And they say, cool, I'm coming. So I just absorb them. And it was in my same hotel, which was incredibly convenient for me. I walk on up, I knock on the door, they let me in. And this is not an exaggeration. I know I'm a silly exaggerator. I talked with Opta for 6 hours. I love that this was the end to my Saturday night where I just spent 6 hours in a hotel room just talking, just hanging out with somebody who I have been around with for a long time, but have never gotten like an intimate conversation with. So yes, the intimacy was provided in spades there. Bakersfield 26 sponsor, yeah. Just a loop con. That sheep is at the place every day. True. So this con is like double the size of TFT. If your brain was exploded, see how many people are truly there. So I don't know how many AC stories you've heard poppin', but one was that Zord cried. Sorry, that's not specific enough. That happened many times. Zord cried on a street corner. Not specific enough. Zord cried on the Condado street corner. I think that one only happened once because all they wanted to do was cross the street. But for 20 minutes, more and more new people kept stopping by and saying hi. And they're like, all I wanted to do was to cross the street. Yes, that is the lady who wanted to get a hug. True. Yeah, see, I had heard that story. I know. Opta's so great. They're so cool. Peak Sunday vibes. I was actually so happy that my Saturday was a 2-hour Zord cuddle session and then a 6-hour Opta sit in their room talk because I had pushed myself the last couple of days. So to have a chill, kind of soft day was really nice. Yeah, intimacy interrupted by tipsy dog texts. I mean, they were cute. Hurry is not wrong. They were tipsy and sending texts to both me and Opta. It's her that I should talk to Opta. I mean, they had this in their room, an actual Magdalena Bay record signed by the band. And also they showed me the liner notes, which I had never fucking seen. Whatever you call the inside. I've always heard it called that. I didn't know that the inside of the Magdalena Bay, Imaginal Disc album had essentially like a Final Fantasy Ahriman boss. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. One of the things they talked to me about was, Caliph, Magdalena Bay is crazy, parentheses, positive. You can only fully understand the lore, quote unquote, of the album if you watch their TikToks and slowly get information that they feed you. Oh, that's like the one full story I've heard. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you would definitely ramble with them. Cute moment for the con. Zord and I went back to the room before the bug meet. I turned on my Friday night VR playlist sitting on the couch. Well, they wrote more letters. Our gushy song came on. We both ding. Oh, you danced to it with each other and sucked at it because we just cried the whole time. Oh, a gatefold sleeve. Thank you. Zeke. Hi, Zeke. Zeke, I told a story earlier about how you laid on Kieran on Friday night, and then me and Bellis also laid on Kieran. I thought that was really fun. Oh, sang. Thank you. My brain thought dance. Home from work, howby Kangi. I'm good. I'm definitely gonna finish this recap, even if my chat doesn't believe me. But yeah, I got to talk with Opta. And when you have a 6-hour conversation with someone, it too gotta hear with it too. When you have a 6-hour like conversation with someone, like you go a lot of different places. So I wrote down some things that like stood out to me. Um, I mentioned just casually while I was talking and telling stories, I said the word boyfriend. And Opta is a very astute person. We talked about how photographer is an incredible conversationalist. Opta is the same. They picked up immediately. They were like, "Oh, Kelif? You said boyfriend. I'm assuming you don't mean Scuffles." They also know Scuffles, my husband. It's funny to me as I said Scuffles. I'm like, chat probably doesn't know if I say Scuffles because I only say my husband. But yeah, I was talking with Opta. I said boyfriend, and they're like, "Oh, tell me more about that because I don't think it's Scuff." And they were right. So I talked about this with my boyfriend. I'll tell a boyfriend story because he's a mystery, so he can't tell his own stories. Someone walked up to my boyfriend and they said, "What's the deal with you and Kelif?" And they were like, "Deal? What do you mean deal? Like, how do you respond to that, chat, if somebody says, 'What's the deal with you and this other person?'" And I talked about it with him and I thought they probably just want to know, like, are we crushes? Are we boyfriends? Are we no deals? And the way I like to talk about it is there's a 5-minute version and then there's a 30-minute version. Like the 5-minute version is just like the, oh, well, it started as crush and then blah blah blah, it eventually ended up over here. But the 30-minute version like has all the nuances. And when somebody says, "What's the deal?" I don't know if they want the 5-minute version or the 30-minute version. But I give Opta the 30-minute version because I wanted to stay there and let them know all the things. Oh, I told them about my totems, which I've talked about on stream. I talked about my rings a lot. We talked about intention. One of the cutest things with Opta is, so it doesn't come up on stream a lot because my husband's not here actively talking with me, but I do this a lot. I go and I place a pin, like an invisible pin in midair to let my husband know I want to talk about exactly what you're saying, but I don't want to interrupt you. This is me silently informing you. Please create space for me to provide some piece of information that I think is integral or I just really want to talk about. And I did this with Opta. I explained the system, and you can see their eyes light up. And honestly, they are one of the best pin conversationalists I've ever talked to. Meaning, I would place like a pin 1, they'd keep talking. I'd place a pin 2, and I would talk about my pin 1, and I'd say, "Oh yeah, I don't remember what I did for the second pin." And they said, "Kelif, you placed this pin when I said this." Like they remembered, they held on to the info of exactly when I put the pin in the conversation, which was so good and it was so helpful. Doop, 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 doop. Anthrocon recap in 4 hours, 32 seconds. Summer con's done quick. You wish that happened to me, like a 6-hour talk. For anyone to do it with, I'm really happy it was Opta. Skippable or unskippable cutscene UI appears. If you want the deal or premium subscriber deal. Yeah, I love the pin. You wish you had that kind of memory. I tried to do the same for them also in return once I realized they were doing it, but also I don't think they needed it. Yeah, I heavily encourage the use of pins because, at least for me, I find it very demotivating if I'm talking, if I'm rambling, and somebody just interjects and interrupts. I think, oh, I lost my flow. I have to remember where I was, like what was my goal. But with the pin, it's, oh, I will create a pause for them. And I think it's really nice for conversation. Invisible pin, so Kelf can pin his husband in public without knowing. Yeah, so it's like my stand. My stand places pins, so if he's up against a wall, you know I got him. Zeke's a dukeable, true. Embellis, I enjoyed what we DM'd about earlier today. Let's see. Oh, since I already mentioned Imaginal Disc right here, Opta had the funniest reaction to me about a story I told them. So I was told a story by Gunnar the Rat. Gunnar the Rat, actually I have photos of both of them. So Gunnar the Rat and Crouton Blue Jay right here. Gunnar told me a story about Crouton. They said, oh, Caliph, Crouton was going to go see Magdalena Bay performing Imaginal Disc, but then they decided to go to the League of Legends professional event instead. And I just thought that was funny. I thought it was a cute mini story. And Opta had the Imaginal Disc album signed, so I thought, I'm going to tell them the story. Opta screamed. They screamed like a cartoon character. They went, no! And they immediately pulled out their phone to text Gunnar. They were like, I need a second. Pulls out their phone talking to Gunnar. Henwife crosses her fingers. Oh, first two fingers to indicate that she wants to interject with something. Oh, to be said, that's cute as fuck. Ooh, have I considered making a Caliph pin? Ooh, so it could be like chai mote clicker, but with a pin, like that same like shape dimensions. That is a cute idea though. I like that thought. Yeah, we share the exact same moment. Ooh. Gonna be a good bear and have food? Good. You need someone to go to this concert with? Yeah, honestly, you just clap. Clap your hands, say, who wants to come with a cute rat to Magdalena Bay? It's gonna happen. Thank you. I figured somebody would have chime out clicker. I appreciate it. Dragging all your friends to see Magdalena Bay appear? As you should. I do like Crouton. They're very cute. We talked a lot, like I joked earlier about the idea of popufer and the phrase and like cursing other people with it. But we actually had like a long, nice, intimate talk about the word popular and about how it does not feel accurate to them. Because they, like me, know a lot of people. But the idea of somebody saying, oh, you're popular, removes a lot of like the actual connection and intimacy. It says, oh, you have all these friends, and they just kind of want to know you in a vapid way. If I hear the word popular, I think about it like that. I think about a vapid connection, or what do you call it? I'm blanking on it. Parasocial, or like a parasocial connection. Like, I think it removes intimacy from the conversation. And Obed is a very intimate person. I consider myself a very intimate person. So being called popular, I think, removes the things that I work hard to cultivate. And we talked about that. Ooh, notorious? That's a much sexier word. Thank you. Opta literally knows everyone. Yeah, knows. They're friends with everyone. It objectifies them in many ways. It reduces people to both ends. Oh, I'm an intimate fur, not a popu fur. I mean, my kiss counter do be incrementing. Yeah, notorious is great. Yeah, kind. Kind is a perfect word for Opta. You like setting artificial barriers for me, the word popu fur. You checked about not being popular for you to hit 1K followers, and it was, well, now I need level 7 charisma like The Sims. You personally identify as Notorious Menace. Yeah, they are incredibly sweet. Ever since I ever met Opta like 5-ish years ago, whatever, they've always been incredibly kind. Stirring. Hi, Stirring. Everybody doing great. We talked about the cuddle parties that they have at cons. They work very hard to make like spaces for people to go to like only cuddle, to have the kind of the connection that I had with them. They work hard to make a space for others to share that connection. They told me about their Fwa story where they had a official but not official cuddle party that was not sponsored but kind of sponsored by the con. And I won't tell that story here. It's a long story. But it was really nice hearing that from them. Hi, Noodle. You like spending more time with them and just listen to the talk? Yeah, they are a really good yapper. They, like my husband, can just tell you a 20 or 30-minute story, and it's always engrossing. Bewilder. Bewilder, I loved your light-up undies that you showed me on Friday. Oh, yeah. Them and their boyfriend, who I haven't showed a picture of in a second, but them and their coyote, had, how do I describe, on paper, the perfect level of checking in. I've mentioned a number of times, probably not today, but in general, that I'm going through The Ethical Slut, which has been a great book. And if I had to describe it in a single sentence, it's about communication. It's about boundaries. It's about checking in with others. I don't know about you, chat, but I have absolutely felt like a nuisance in checking in with someone. Oh, are you having a good time? Oh, are you doing okay? Oh, I'm sorry about this thing. I know I already apologized, but I'm going to do it again. Like the idea of checking in too much. There's, of course, the reverse side of checking in too little, which is just like, it's a little bit of negligence. It's, oh, yeah, sorry. I was going to tell you I was going to do this party, but then I got caught up and I didn't text you for 7 hours. Sorry about that. Like, I think them and their partner literally had the perfect level of checking in. I was delightfully flabbergasted. Like, I had never met Coyote before or talked to them, but Opta and I just started like gabbing back and forth. And at one point, Opta said, "Oh, 1 second." And they check in with their partner. They're like, "Hey, I noticed you've been quiet. Like, is there anything you need? Or like, do you need like some alone time? Should Kelif and I go somewhere else?" Like, it was perfect. Like, it was one of the most beautiful conversational relationships I think I've ever seen. At one point, Coyote gets into their fursuit. It's super cute. It's super adorable. I know many people who open up more as they put the suit on, and Coyote feels like one of those styles of people. And as they did, they started talking. We started going back and forth. And at one point, I went to the bathroom because I was there for 6 hours talking with them. And when I left, I heard them talking a little bit just between themselves about emotions, about relationship stuff. And immediately Coyote was like, "Oh, Kelif, like, I'm sorry if, it was awkward, if you overheard us. I just wanted to check in about this. I wanted to connect with him while we had a moment. I hope that's okay." And it was beautiful. It was really nice. And at one point, like, they asked if I was cool cuddling, and I was like, "Yeah, of course." So me and Opta were cuddling, and then Coyote and their fursuit joined, and we were all petting each other. Or actually, I should rephrase. Before we started petting each other, they asked, "Oh, hey, is it okay if I pet you, if I touch you?" Which is incredible to hear at a furry con where hugs, snugs, pets are almost just assumed. Like, unless you see the armband that has like a yellow or a red, like, you kind of just assume people want to be touched, or at least that's the vibe I get from a lot of people. But even before this first single pet, it's like, "Hey, can I do that?" And then they were asking, "Oh, like, is it okay if I touch your chest? If I like stop above the belt and just pet your tummy?" And I said yes to all these things. And they said, "Do you have any no's you'd like me to know about right now?" And I said, "If you touch me wrongly, I'll use my safe word, which is Fortnite, because I'm going to keep stealing that joke from Divi." And Opta laughed hilariously at that. Shout out to Divi. Um, but it was really good. Like, and they asked, "Is it okay, like, if I touch your thighs, if I touch you anywhere below the belt, is that okay?" It was just constant. Like, before they did something new, they would check in. My husband joined later, and I'll tell that story separately, but this is pertinent to this, where my husband was like just chilling, just like cuddling up against Coyote while I cuddled Opta. And at some point, Coyote reached out and they're like, "Hey, Scuffles, I've noticed you've been quiet for quite a while me and the others talk. Like, is there anything you want to talk about? Do you just want to listen?" And it was literally like perfect communication from both of them about everything. I wish I could be as perfect as they felt they were in that moment. Good triangles. Yeah, Tama was here earlier, and of course I zoomed in directly on the triangles. All your couples therapist suggested. I really like it. I also own Nazi. I don't know if I've talked about while you were here. Poly Secure, which Snoogie recommended to me. I plan to read that at some point. Hi, Wolf Butts. Hi. I was scrolling through my pictures that I took at Anthrocon earlier, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have a bunch of selfies I took with wolf butts, and I haven't said it to them because I don't think we've ever DM'd before. So feel free to DM me and I can send you selfies. Make sure to try and ask people you haven't met before. Like if I met you and hugged you, yeah, you're gonna get grist again. Fumble, how did you rest up this weekend? How are you feeling? It's beautiful them checking on each other, but it was sad that they did check on how your bathroom time was. It's true. My bowels were unloved. I learned this con how much having a fan in your suit head helps with long duration cuddles. The one time that I did like fursuit cuddles in a room, like planned, do you want to come in a suit and cuddle in my suit? They had the hotel room purely at the lowest temperature and multiple fans in the room. It was great. Yeah, it's polysecure, just like that. You know, a little selfie off? I did. Folks are really good about contact. You warn folks you'll tend to tense up if you touch or hug me. I'm not sure if any experienced that for me. You controlled it quite well. I did not notice it if that happened when we hugged. Not 100%. Better today than the last 2 days. Good. I think you're on the up and up because that's what puppies do. Love Kengi bowels. They deserve it. Yeah, you know, 2025 second half, hashtag all the way through. That's the Cullif life. That's the only way to appreciate the bowels fully. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, so I mentioned, so 3 times this con, this is number 3. 1, Foodski giving me delightful scritchies. 2, Lupin petting me like a dog. 3, Opta is such an amazing cuddler. They would like take their fingers and just swirl it through my hair so perfectly. They would do like little circles. They would pay attention to little parts. They would move from time to time. I had my glasses off and I was just like closed eyes listening as they just infinitely ruffle my hair in intricate patterns. Literally A+ cuddler. I will tell this to all. Yeah, Opta's a great cuddler. Let's see. I talked about that. Oh, so I'm gonna set my water. So I kept checking my phone as there were small breaks while I was cuddling both Opta and Kayat. And I would respond to my boyfriend and I would respond to my husband if they sent me any texts. And at one point, I get a text from my husband that says, ba 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 ba, I need husband-shaped cuddles in response to something that happened. And immediately, I sit up and say, I have been called. The husband signal is in the night sky, and I must respond. And they're like, oh, I hope everything's okay. And I told them, I mean, they're only 2 floors away, and I got the vague notion of they need attention, which they would not mention to me unless, like, they actually need it. So I'm going. And I said, like, quick goodbyes, because, again, I didn't know, like, the level of severity or anything of emotion. So I went down the 2 floors. I go check on my husband. He tells me his story, which is not my duty to share here. And I say, well, you know, I just came from a really soft cuddle party and someone's in fursuit. Do you want to just go up there and join me? And they said yes. So I just brought him up. He adorably, because it was only 2 floors away, did not put any shoes on. And we walk on up. I knock on the door and they welcome us back into their good graces. And him and I were there until like 2-ish in the morning, just like cuddling, just talking. And I think that was 1,000% the energy that he needed. Oh yeah, one of the things Kyle and I talked about is, so like Opta is really into music and they're super fun to talk to. Like they actually know all the musical theory and we talked about them wanting to do more music. Where is this tab? I had this tab open earlier. Did I accidentally close it? I can just go to my Opta DMs. But yeah, we were talking about DMs and we were talking about like music. We were talking about abstract goals and sort of what I was up to and doing. I talked about wanting to make music a larger part of my soul. I talked about like writing little mini essays and wanting to not necessarily produce more content, but literally just create more. And Coyote was like, Oh, I've actually written an essay about Electric Light Orchestra. I actually have not consumed this yet, but let me fucking show you. Look, they wrote like a beautiful, like huge essay about ELO, and is like so dense, and they're just so cool. I had never talked to Coyote before. I'll link this if anybody's curious, because I just want them to get more appreciation and love. Also, they're a big fucking nerd. They are so into cons. They're like, cons are my hyperfixation. And they just have graphs about furry cons on their website. I don't know if anything here is not safe for work, so I'm just gonna like click. I think this is all safe for work. I'm looking. Yeah, they just have like a website of just like their furry history, their furry life, and they were amazing to get to know. Oh, Daikon Animation got you into ALO. Oh my god, hi, Roxy, hello. Let's see, I missed some stuff here. Scuff does give wonderful hugs. Gosh, I love him. The Kangi is up so fast, the bed sheets fly everywhere. It's true. They got smacked against the walls and everything. You're sorry it happened? No, I'm glad that he texted me. I want him and my boyfriend to know, like, if you need me, I'll be there, even if I'm really bad at accepting help. Like, I want to be able to be there for them. And then it ended up just being like a small, awkward thing that did suck, but he just wanted some emotional support. You're starting to build up the same intuition that makes me Caliph melt. Aww. Shout out to ELO. Yeah. No, he was really cool. Like he was very quiet at the start, but he opened up and it was great talking to him. He gave me a gift I did not know that I needed in terms of conversation. This coyote fellow, the person who I just linked right there. So I used to listen to a lot of podcasts when I had a huge commute of like, to me, 45 minutes was huge. And I listened to Reply All a lot. And this is like, God, this is like 9-10 years ago. And they had this amazing podcast. And I like telling this story to music people. And there's this one dude who's heard a song on a radio once. He never heard the song again, and it was stuck in his brain for his entire life. He reached out to this podcast and he said, please help me find this song. I can help you recreate it from memory. And they kind of like scoff at this idea. But literally, they remake the song, every instrument one by one, based on the one time the guy heard the song because he liked it so much. And they recreate it, they put it out there on socials, and they find the original. It's a great story. And before I even finish telling the first 10%, Coyote goes, oh my god, the Reply All episode. And I'm like, nobody has ever given this to me, the gift of knowing what the fuck I was talking about. And it made me so happy. Hello, handsome Rue. Oh, if we mention how handsome I am, we have to go back to my selfies. Okay, there we go. Reply All. I haven't listened in a long time, but he also just remembered one of the guys' names, Alex Goldman. I remember really enjoying that podcast when like I commuted 10 years ago. You're our partner goals. You hope you hope to treat my future partners as good as you do. Lion, that's so sweet. I'm used to you being a gremlin, so it's extra adorable. Back before I exploded from controversy? Yeah, true. This was also just me very tired of the con, speaking of callous selfies. I'm gonna set my water. You can stare at my face. Ugh. You miss it every day? Oh, but both the hosts have their own podcast now. That's great to hear, because they were both so awesome. I really like listening to them. Gay, thank you. I think that's all the things I want to talk about from that night. Yeah, it was just a 6-hour amazing talk and cuddles and everything. It wasn't even like, let's increment my kiss counter, baby. It was, let's have amazing talks and just see a beautiful relation in action. Other people came and joined. Crudberry came up, who I didn't even know was at the con. I got to talk with them a little bit. I told them, because I thought it was funny, Crudberry, my only memory with you at cons is seeing you have a fidget slug at FWA 2 years ago and immediately purchasing one. Oh, PJ made search engine and Alex made hyperfix. They're both so cool. I thought your cursor was a nose piercing in my peripheral. You were shocked you never remember me having it. That's very funny. Me going on my emo arc. Crudberry is hilarious. They were fun. I got to cuddle them a little bit too. So we're on to Sunday, chat. I'm on the last day. I have an hour and 14 minutes. You better start deleting those twos. So I started my Sunday with Coffee Village, which I always do. I'm so happy that so many people went to Coffee Village, including me. An end in sight. Thank you. Yeah, I actually don't know the story. Yeah, Thundy, why did you give Rhaego Ram? What is the story there? Ooh, you can add a 2 question mark. Like, I was just talking with Rhaego. Thundy sits down and says, here you go. And there's just like Ram in their hands, and they just laugh and put it away. I had no idea what the Ram story was. I'm assuming it's just Rhaego's computer was not as good as it could have been. Talking. Sunday morning was huge for you. I get to see you there. Massive serendipity. You heard my voice in the back, and you need to get that. You need to get Rhaego the Ram, and he didn't respond to me. You're like, now is my time. I spent a lot of time at the con just walking around with gifts, hoping to run into people, and I had very good luck with it. Emo Kelf with 3 days grace and breaking Benjamin CDs in the pouch. You need it though. Getting to see you all and chill before I left was exactly what I needed. Yeah, I'm really glad that we got to see you right before you had to go. Illicit ram trade. I took no pictures. Nobody can prove it happened. This is all allegedly. I can't believe Thunder would ram Rhaego. I could see it happening. Chad's getting an ad starting like 36 seconds. We can just stare at this avocado toast. I actually don't know why we got this. I'm guessing it was like a misplaced order, or they just had an extra and didn't want to toss it, and we had given them a lot of business in the past week. I had talking to, I don't think they were the owner, but just somebody who I saw there last year. And I talked to them a lot at this con, and I told them, oh, I came here last year, and I told a bunch of people about it. That group that we came in the morning all came because I told them about the place. And it was just fun, and it got a little laugh out of her, so. It was nice avocado toast. Who was it? It was me, Matos, or Zag, and we kind of all just nibbled at this and destroyed it. You literally saw it happen. That's why I can believe it. Yeah. Your PC's so much more powerful, Caliph. You can use this to do even more puzzles at once. 32 gigabitties, Corsair Vengeance, and its gay lights. If it doesn't have gay lights, I'm not interested. Speaking of being interested, it's an ad, which means I go back to this. Actually, no. What I can do is show you a good dragon during the ad, because I don't want to do recap stuff while the ad's happening. Oh, yeah, this one was really fucking cool. I'm just checking my Telegram saved messages, because that's where I put all my dragons before they make it to my board. I want the full res? Perfect. So the text on the tweet says Protogen Commission, which is true, but it has dragon vibes, and I want any excuse to be able to show off extra cool dragons to Twitch that television chat and stare at them with you. So look at this fucking piece by Mazia Art, but with like a 4. Anytime Protogens have their mouth open and they got like a kick-ass teeth, it just makes me smile. Something about it hits different than just the screen lighting up. I like all the halftones everywhere. I love like the gigantic claws and like the cool dynamic colors and everything. The way that this tail, oh, they have Snap, they're like a hybrid. They're just like Dr. Hawk. They got these little Snap circlies in the back. I didn't notice that. Thick fucking thighs, like every Protogen in existence. The gold rings around the tail. So cool. Protogens make me feel things sometimes. Well, if you're feeling things, they're probably set to vibrate. You understand as someone who appreciates doggy vibes? Gosh. So you're looking through your likes and that was in it. I love this piece. It's really good. Ayo. Ooh, can you set synths to vibrate too? I love synths. They're so cool. All right, so we got to be gay during the ad. All the people who are not subscribed to Twitch Turbo, look at this, they're so cute. I love like the Tony Stark vibe, like the Iron Man vibe of just having something in the center of your chest that's just vaguely technological and cool. Let's see. Where was I at now that the ad is over? We got to the avocado. Oh, I already mentioned earlier, but this is where I saw Geo and talked to them about their husband in World of Warcraft. And that was really nice. I just love getting to know people more. It just like always sparks joy in my soul. Oh, so Liz Zerls, aka Cute Zerls. We hadn't really gotten too much time at the con. They gave me like a kissy at the streamer event, but we hadn't really like hung out. And I had walked over to the dealer's den just to like find people, not really to spend any money. And Liz was texting me like, "Where are you?" And I said, "I am by Con Ops in the dealer's den, and I'm not moving." They walk on up to me. We chat for a little bit. They say, "Oh, I really want to go say hi to somebody. Do you want to come with? And then like we can hang out." And I said, "Yes." So I walked with them. I had no idea the somebody turns corner that we were planning to meet was Pronzo. So we walk on up, we say hi to Pronzo. There with a +1 who I didn't know. Liz starts talking with Pronzo, and I, of course, immediately have to appreciate the unknown person in the equation. It's very important to me. Their name was Eerie. They lurk in Twitch a lot, and we talked about like this fursuit head they had. We talk about like carrying fursuits and how old it was. They let me try the fursuit head on, even though we had just met, which is really nice. I didn't get to see their badge, but I just assumed no because it was like a doggy vibe, and I know Eerie is more like a how do you say creepy bird vibe. I do really like Eerie's vibe though in their streams. But yeah, like we said our hi hellos to Pronzo and this Eerie fellow who I had just met, and then we walked on over. And for people who are at the con or familiar with the DLCC, that area after the dealer's den that kind of overlooks the waterfront, that is my favorite spot to chill. I think it's so fucking cozy. So I told Liz as we were walking, I'm like, "Do you just kind of want to sit down and talk for a while?" And they said, "Yes, I would love to." So we sat down over there, and right when we were sitting down, ring, I get a text. It's from my boyfriend. They say, "Hey, do you mind if I call you really quick?" And I said, "Liz, 1 second. I'll be right there, I promise." And we get a Telegram call, which I basically never do. We get a Telegram call, and they're like, "Caliph, I may have been hungover this morning. I may have gone to a party and things happen. Do you want to hang out later in like an hour or so?" And I said, "I would love to hang out in an hour or so." The context was at this point, even if I had spent time around my boyfriend a lot, it was not a lot of one-on-one time. It was not intimate time. It was not only us time. Like, the fireworks were beautiful, and getting to be able to like kiss them there and hold them there and seatbelt hug them there all filled me with delightful joy. But the thought, the promise of just the two of us time, incredibly alluring to me. So I of course said yes. And after I had that small call, I just go sit down with Liz and we start gabbing. Yeah, Erie's so cool. You're like my favorite creepy bird. Your normie friends love watching Eerie. I feel like things that aren't like super cutesy or like super handsome or overtly sexual are more easy to like showcase to normies. And Eerie's just cool. Eerie just has like an amazing VTuber and like a cool voice and a nice energy to them. So I think very easy to show. But I I got to just have like a lot of nice soft conversations with Liz. I talked about my boyfriend a lot because I can't shut the fuck up about him, as you're very aware as my Twitch chat members. And they talked about like their relationships, they talked about their life, and we just got to have like a nice hour of a back and forth. At the hour, they had to like go over to what do you call it, like the auction in the dealer's den to go like try and bid on a piece. And when that happened, I'm like, oh, my boyfriend's going to be here pretty soon. So I might as well just chill. And I don't have the photo, but oh wait, no, I do. I forgot. I showed it off when Cactus was here. Yeah, there they are. So I showed off this photo previously. Here's Cactus Fox being incredibly flexible. I saw this posted in the group chat, and yes, they do own boots like this. And I thought, I'm literally 5 steps away from that, and I had no idea this group of people were here, and I need to kill like a small amount of time while I wait for my boyfriend. So I just walk on up and I say, hi, I just saw your photo. And I talk with Cactus, I talk with Pamder, I talk with Chiro and a few other people who are also at the table. And then I see my boyfriend walking up and I'm like, hi. And Chiro, very adorably, they say, is this him? And all I can say is, maybe. And like I had already told the table, like I'm on the lookout. Like as soon as this boy comes, I'm disappearing. I may have not have said it exactly like that, but that was absolutely my intention. Gosh, talking to Kelif? Gosh. You love Silver's face in this pic? Is Silver here in this pic? I thought that was Chiro. I thought that was Chiro like hiding their face. Boyfriend proximity is proportion to tildes. True. It's like echolocation, but with tildes. Those are the waves going out. Oh, that is. I'm appreciating it more now. I don't know why I thought it was Chiro previously, but yeah, you're so right. Yeah, the hoof boots were very slay. It was a great look. Oh gosh, 2 tildes. Does that mean he's kind of close by? But like, me and the boyfriend, we just walk into the dealers, we look around a little bit, we talk a little bit, and then I do something that on the paper I think is cute, but objectively I think is kind of silly. I think, oh my gosh, I finally get to just have time with him alone in a public space. I'm going to take my badges off. I don't want to be recognizable. Shoo. Takes all my badges off, puts them in my bag. If this is a sitcom, camera pulls out. Kelif is wearing a black and red skirt and tights and a bright red shirt and circle glasses. He has not Clark Kented at all. Kelif is still incredibly fucking recognizable. But at least he took off the badges to try and do a little privacy. Gosh, Kelif is nice. Ryder's also so nice. Are they? Oh my God, Lightling. Do you know? Do you have the radar? Are you on the signal? Are they even closer? It was nice walking with Cactus. Yeah. Oh, they made an S tier walking sound. I think I only saw Cactus sitting or like slightly, like barely walking, like not a long distance. So I didn't get to appreciate the hoof sounds. Me, Dragon Kelif around to triangulate boyfriend location, listen to the number of tildes they met. It's like that. Ryder is so cute and nice, true. I would kiss Ryder if given the chance and consent. You usually hear Kelif before you see them. I don't know if you hear when I talked about it, my money, but when, this is my previous recap stream, when I was in the embassy lobby and I had texted my boyfriend that I was around, they were like, Kelif, I came in because I heard your laugh from outside. So yes, I'm very identifiable through noise. So I took off my badges and them and I are walking around. We leave the dealer's den and we see Faye. And it was actually really, really nice just talking to Faye with me and my boyfriend. We both know them. And we just had like a nice back and forth. They told me a story I had not heard in that moment. So Jovi Jet, adorable puppy who always falls asleep in VR chat before Dell and always wins the competition. This is for real. I did not know, were the target of a gift of a dragon. So Faye, context for people who don't know them or have seen them in VR, they are very handy. They're very crafty. They have made slime trackers, many of them. I don't actually know the number. My brain's going to say 7, even if it's not correct. They've made like 7 slime trackers, and they got them all set up. They have like their haptic feedback vest. They set that all up. I guess it's more of like an e-stim vest, but whatever. And it's all awesome, and they're very good at this stuff. They told me a story about seeing Jovi at a party, and they walk on up to them and they say, "Are you ready?" And they're like, "Huh?" Just gives them a bag. Doesn't say what it is. Jovi looks inside, and they go, "Oh my god." And Faye had gifted Jovi just slime trackers, like all the things they would have to do, like everything was put together. They would just have to get like the casings, I guess is the right phrase, 3D printed and put together. Last I heard, that has not yet happened of the previous weekend, but they just walked on up, gave the gift, and said, "There you go." 12. Okay, thank you. I knew I didn't actually know the number, so I'm glad you were here to correct me. Name the time and place wherever you want, and right now I'll end stream to make out with you. That explains the mention of the slimes. Oh, single tilde, the crush is far away. Ooh, they're nesting. Oh, yeah. So, hi, Fior. After I talked with Faye, it was really nice. I went down the escalator with my boyfriend, and I was like, "What do you want to do? Do you like want to get food? Do you want to just go on a walk around the city? Do you want to stay near the con? Do you want to go to the hotel room?" And in classic boyfriend fashion, you all know him so well because I can't shut up about him. He says, "I want to do whatever you want to do." And I said, "Okay, let's go to the hotel room." My husband, very sweetly, had texted me, "If you want to have time, just text me. Thumbs up. I will respect that time." And I said, "Cool." Text the husband, "Hello, I'm going to the room with my boyfriend right now." And it's like salute emoji, understood. And honestly, I have a very vivid memory of when CrushCon happened and the now boyfriend, but then crush. Like the first time that I pulled my arms around them and held them close to me can play out in my brain like a beautiful movie. And it felt like a similar energy to me when we finally, all of our accessories off, no one else around, just got to hold each other against a bed and just sit there in beautiful, appreciative silence was so fucking nice. That was like everything that my heart needed to beat at the pace it wished to beat to. Um, as my note says here, counter increases, all caps. But yeah, so my boyfriend and I disappear for 2 hours. 2 hours pass while I am hanging out with them. And that is not a story for stream. That's just wonderful time that I get with somebody that I love and that like I had really appreciated and I had really wanted. I have hung out with my boyfriend in VR chat since Anthrocon and since my previous recap stream on Friday night. We talked for like 3 hours, and during that, I apologized to them. I said, "I'm sorry for putting you in a long distance relationship." And they said, "Tell if I'm a furry, it was bound to happen." You can't stream, I have to finish. Well, what if we edge a little bit? Sounds like boyfriend. You had many of those moments with boyfriend too? Uh-huh. Yeah, just hanging out. 2 redacted hours. Yeah, it feels really good. You can play the game of life in like 2 hours, but there's like other cool board games I can play too. Playing glow in the dark dinos under the sheet for 2 hours. Ugh, how'd you know all the dinos I brought? Bites and bites and bites. Playing with Ryder under the sheet for 2 hours. Ayo, ayo. Chat, what dinosaur do you bring into the bedroom? But yeah, like both their phone and my phone were set to vibrations, and just like The phones were constantly going off during this, but we, of course, paid no mind. Just how I ignored the fireworks to focus on them and their presence, I ignored the phones to focus on them and their presence. So, one of the texts that I missed after the 2 hours passed was from Lupin. They said, Henway is tipsy and looking for boy kisses. And I think to myself, this is so funny. This is like not only a narrative at the con that I wish to pursue, this is just like a narrative in my life I wish to pursue. And as I said, asterisk, all caps, counter increases. I talk with my boyfriend and I say, what do you think we should put it at? Because, it's 2 hours with someone I love and I love kisses. So number's going to go up. We decided, we shook hands and everything. It was very official. 399 is what I left it at. And I did that because I thought, I want someone to increment it over to 400. And then I got that text. And I thought to myself, I know the target. To push it over the 100 barrier that I am rubbing so intimately up against. Stegosaurus. Ooh, raptor, high energy. Ooh, and you can be very flirtatious with a raptor. You can say, oh, hey, your arms aren't long enough. Do you need my help to touch? Oh, you can bring yourself because birds are dinosaurs. Wink. Yeah, that's cute. Maybe one of the, the Paleopine plushes you have. All the more equals better. What is that? Amber Glade, or what, the one that Setsu played recently and that Lunar's been playing? That, like, Amber dinosaur game? They're all so fucking cute. Oh, I love it. That's true. I remember that now. Yeah, your character's from Unicarl's past Raptor mode. Oh, and you shared me the art and I showed it on stream. I do remember that. So, after like 2 hours of, Amber Isle. Thank you. After like 2 wonderful hours of just hanging out with somebody that I love and having that intimate closeness that I really, really wanted to get at the con with them, I was like, okay, like, I'm going to go get some food. I'm going to encourage you to eat. You had a hangover. I want food in your tummy. So we just walked in over to Jimmy John's, really easy. And they had delightfully texted Silverbask, the person who I cried with a couple days ago. And Basky comes along. It's just the three of us. It's really cute. I, at Jimmy John's, made a plan because this is Sunday at the con, and I thought, I want food for the road. I'm going to get a giant, which is like essentially 2 of the regular size. So I ate one there, and I said, I want to go put this in my room. Do you two want to follow me? And they said yes. So we go to the room, all 3 of us, and I put my stuff away, and we just talk there, and I say, hey, if you want, you can just put the fursuit heads on. We have 4 right here, right now. If you just want to play dress up as we talk and hug and whatnot, like, feel free. So I was very happy with that. Oh my god, I fucking forgot about this. So something happened in the room that was foreshadowed, and I was thinking to myself, there's no way this is gonna happen. There's no way that this in reality is going to be a thing. But then my boyfriend had a good memory, so it became a thing. So I'm gonna get really small in the corner. I'm gonna play this video. This thing happened. So here's Basky. It's a clip from their stream. So while I was just in the room with the 2 of them alone, the boyfriend comes on up. They hold my shoulder and they say, "Oh wait, Kelif, Basky and I, we have to do something right now." So It happens. They approach from the left, the other approaches from the right, and I get licked up from like my chin up to like the highest part of a cheekbone. And you know how as like a kid, your grandma kisses your cheek and you go, "Mwah, mwah," you just like wipe it off. That's me. I'm like, I'm so fucking wet now. I'm just wiping both of my cheeks from the licks. Oh, you can recreate your character as the VRC character because gosh, you're cute. Immediately before that point was a hilarious phone. That's true. Yeah. Let me reload my chat. I think it's not working. There we go. Immediately before that point, there's a hilarious phone call with Henwife about getting permission for Loop's technicality. Yeah, I heard about the permission phone call. I love that Henwife was included over the course of the con. And somehow Kelf never got sick. True. I got at least 399 boy kisses, 6 makeout sessions from 4 boys, and 2 very wet licks on each side of my cheeks. And I'm fine. True. That's me. That's me, Alex. Let's see. I'm going to go over here. Oh. So, I'm going to mute my music as I say this part of the story. I can get distracted by whimsy. I don't know if other people deal with this, but especially at a con, I can be like, oh, I really want to go over here. I want to talk to this person. I want to do this. I want to do that. And especially if it's like, if it's a person I've never seen or an event I've never done, I can get very excited. And I was hanging out. Great crew of people. My boyfriend, Basky, both of whom just tongued me. And then I met up with like Chiro and Mamoney and other people. And I thought to myself, oh, what a great crew of people. I get a text. Oh my gosh, Henway number 400. I've been given intel that they are over here in this direction. Oh my gosh, I'm going. Great seeing you all. Bye. And I turn around and I walk. And I'm like near the front of the Westin. I see the crosswalk. It's green. I go. I stop in the middle of the crosswalk and I think, what am I doing? I'm walking away from an amazing group of people just for the bit. Like, why am I leaving this beautiful crew when I could be spending more time with them? And I turn around. I had stopped in the crosswalk, turned around, went back. I walked on up. It was Basky. It was Cheers, my money, it was the other people. The boyfriend was gone. And I apologized to them. I said, I got pulled by whimsy. I regretted as soon as I hit that spot over there, and I wanted to come back and share more intimate time with people I care about. I'm sorry. And they were gone, and I thought, fuck. I walked away. I didn't even hug them goodbye. I didn't like give them a little kissy on the mouth or the cheek. I just turned away because I was excited, and then I regretted it. So I immediately texted them. As soon as I like saw the group and they were gone, I did this. As soon as I walked away, I felt bad. I didn't hug you goodbye. I'm sorry if it felt weird that I ran. And sadly, they're hilarious because they responded with Kelif no tongue. They did, nope, I don't want to hear it. You get the butt of the kangaroo. You get no reaction. And then I just scream at them. I just scream at them. But we talked about this moment yesterday in the Discord call too. And I apologized again because I felt bad about just leaving them. No, Bimo, no. I felt bad about leaving them. And I want them to know that I care so much more about them than any bits that I could be doing. Hi again, Crypto. You got one Kel kiss and got pregnant? I'm sorry that you caught my pass. And a partridge in a pear tree. Boy kisses boost immune systems. I mean, Seth the Docious has proven that to be true, and I'm helping. Yeah, it was a moment of clarity. That was a really good way of phrasing it. I was in my head for the bit, and then I felt the clarity. So, the group was slightly smaller. My boyfriend had gone. And I was walking with Basky specifically, and they were walking over to like Nikki's Thai Kitchen. They were gonna go check if like they could fit the party that they were looking for dinner. Sunday night at Anthrocon is really hard to like plan any meals. The city shuts down really early. And I had talked about this with a couple of groups of people of like, you should get dinner early or like plan ahead because woof, it's hard. And Basky was there. And I think because I just had my moment of clarity, I was thinking about more like meta thoughts. I was thinking to myself, oh, it's the last day. It's like 6 p.m. I wonder if this is the last time I'm going to see these people. And this thought had started to enter my brain of this might actually be it for my time with Basky, somebody that I care about a lot. So I just held them on the corner of the street and I started to say sweet nothings to them about our trip and about their experience. And as soon as I felt the like the welling feeling inside of me, I'm like, squeezes you. Go have fun with dinner. Okay, bye. Before I could like start crying and really bawling. But like the thought had been placed, the seed had been planted in my brain. And as I turn around before I even fully process those emotions, I see Rhaego and I see Kieran and I hold both of them at the same time. And I tell them the same thing. I say, this could be the last time I see you. And Rhaego was like, no, it's not. It's not going to be the last time. It can't be. And I don't know what to believe in that moment. I'm like, there's no way you could know, but there are still like 6 hours left in the day, but you don't really know. And I was like starting to get those feelings welling in me. Like, this is a very important con for me. This was like seeing so many people I'd ever seen from the internet before. It was, I had just finished an intimate 2 hours with my boyfriend, and I was just like, it was just building for me. You would find me spiraling a little. Caliph really said Caliph leave. No, I'm sorry. I apologize. Us having the same names make us having the same names make the story funnier for me. True. You're kind of glad you don't have that emotional intelligence. So just like getting like lost in the moment, like not worrying about it. I'm gonna sip my tea. There's an ad starting in like 18 seconds. But we're entering like the final bit, chat. We're getting there. You know, I'd see you again. You can't just let last times be like that. Yeah. No, I was much better. No, I didn't do that. I'm gonna pour more hot tea. Chat, the ad's gonna start like quote unquote soon. But I won't do any con recap stuff because we're about to just get to like Caliph Emotions, the waterfall. I can find another dragon while we're talking and waiting for the ad. Oh my god, this one is so fucking good. Yeah, I definitely want to show this one to chat. So chat, I have become a bit of a cowboy slut. If you're a cowboy, you say ye and I will be your haw. Let me grab this person's URL right here so I can credit them. Perfect. This is a B-Sky artist, Radar Warbler. Woo! Oh my gosh. Look at this, friend. Look at the buckle. Look at that nice scaled paw, ready to grab the gun out of the holster at any ne'er-do-wells who dare to step foot in front of their town. Oh, they're so good. What do you call this, like a shawl? The poncho? Yeah, the poncho over the top of them. Oh, so good. We love lads in a poncho. I love seeing hats with horns sticking out too. I feel like that's just a surefire way to make sure that they stay on. The thing is, smoking, IRL, the least sexy thing that I've ever seen and experienced, and I hate the smell. Oh, in art, oh my god, they're kind of hot though, and I want to talk to them, and I want to kiss them. I love, how do you say, like, incredibly high thigh belts, so therefore, yes, I do like Final Fantasy X. But I really like it on them too. They're so handsome. You think you got your Stetson? Mm-hmm. You're looking, uh-huh. Getting hunted out by Rhaego, the tiniest rat in the search. The thing is, Henway, they're so small, they can come from any direction. That garbage can you just passed could have 3 Rhaegos ready to pounce. Well, howdy. Fuck you, Ad. You can't take away my appreciation for Dragon Cowboy. You're grabbing, you're grabbing, you're grabbing. Maybe this, ooh, maybe they're breathing fire to make smoke. Ooh, to make this a little hotter. No tobacco. That's actually even hotter, that they are given the illusion of being a bad boy, but actually they're a good boy. Ooh, God, chat, would you be a good boy with this dragon? I sure would. Look at those gentle eyes. I feel like they would look into my soul and then tell me sweet nothings as they breathe smoke into my face, which is a little mean, but also kind of hot. But anyway. You've been amazing writer with your gift for sharing the human experience with others. I've actually been trying to get into writing more, Renshiko. This probably won't have much context for you, but every 2 weeks, I've been writing like a little mini essay and posting it on there. But I am trying. I'm trying to learn more about that world. So, it happened. I was walking towards the Westin. Rhaego, Kieran, nearby, slightly behind me. I see Lupin. I see Bug. I forget who else is there, but there's a crew. And all of them simultaneously, they raise their hands and they look at me and they say, Henway is that direction. Go get him. That was actually the last time that I saw Lupin Bug, which is so fucking funny to me that the last time I see them is saying, go get boy kisses. So I start walking towards the Westin. You didn't know this? Yeah. I was right near Bakersfield, so therefore Lupin has to be around. But I was walking past, and I miss Henway. Like, they were up at a part I didn't think to look towards, like behind a tree in the grassy knoll. And I see the Caliph from a distance with a grabby paws. And they're on the phone with, I'm assuming, Henwife. I think it was Henwife. And I think you asked me something like, ooh, can you tell me like a random word or phrase? And I decided on pineapple. And we start talking back and forth. And I show them, oh gosh, the counter's at $3.99. And they go, come here. And I get my 400th kiss from Henway. Amazing. The quote unquote not a furry, the individual whose wife said no, oh sorry, how did you phrase it? No boy kisses. And then there was just a heart to heart between Lupin and Henwife, and then the floodgates open. Boy kisses, yes please. So thank you for being 400. That was very fun. Oh, you'd have allergy, be happy regardless. Yeah, I'd have a breakout for a man like that. Oh, Marlboro Man action. Yeah. Oh no, sorry. I have to stare at the cowboy while I read this. Oh, sorry. Music off. Walking slowly up to the dragon cowboy, giving him a best sultry look as I stare directly into his eyes. Inches from his face, I say, you know smoking's bad for you, right? And then I get incinerated. It was Henwife on the phone. Click. Oh, sorry. Click, 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 click. Sorry. The click, click, click is so funny, Bima. Let's see. I talked about that. Oh, yeah, sorry. This is how it was. Artistic rendition of number 400. I had to put it on here. I'm sorry. Is it okay if I go out of character? It is. You're leaving? That's fine. You can, but I'm gonna talk about the soft touches that you gave me after you gave me the kisses. Snooky. It's only hot if the hat is smaller. I love that you made the Lookouts reference. Thank you. Thank you for my dumb bit more gravitas than it deserves. Everybody's bit is equal opportunity in my chat. I will read all your messages unless you say Kel for milk. I can't, I can't put soft touches :3 after that. I'll do you one better, Henway. Give me a second. There we go. I've immortalized it in my Discord. So therefore, yes, it'll be forever. Soft touches paired with hen smoochies. Anyway. So, oh, hard touches? Woo. Okay, I want to continue this. I have to go to my grandma's house or something. That's so funny, Renshiko, because as an avid F-list user in the past, not anymore, I exactly know that vibe. What? Hi, hair bun. Hard touches? What's a hard touch? Is that just being bullied and shoved into the locker? Anyway. So there was talk of a party. It was called a Drain the Well party. I don't know if people in chat are familiar with that phrase. Before AC 2025, I had never heard the phrase Drain the Well. In context, it makes sense. We went to a con. We have way the fuck too much alcohol and we can't fly with it home. We gotta drain the well. We gotta get all this alcohol out of here. And you might think, oh, you're draining the well, you're just gonna pour it out? No, we're gonna pour it into our bodies. And that was kind of the idea. It's a, let's finish this off, let's have a one last hurrah, and also, huge asterisk, very important, it's a pizza party at the same time. So, very awesome, very great thought. And I honestly didn't know if I wanted to go. I thought to myself, I got my 400th boy kiss. I walked away from my boyfriend without saying goodbye. What if that was the last time? And I was still thinking in my head about all these things. My husband came by. We talked a little bit. And there was another opportunity. There was the idea of a, oh, hey, there's another pizza party happening. Always a great day on Sundays. And my boyfriend and then other people I cared about were like part of the guest list, guaranteed to be there. I looked at the start time of 10:30 p.m. and I thought my husband and I are going to drive 13 hours back to Kansas and I want to wake up really early. I don't know how late I can really stay at a 10:30 start pizza party. And I was just talking with Hen and other people like Kadama and Embellis and Deckies who would like kind of stop by. And the more I heard about it, and Hen saying, oh, do you want to go? Do you want to go, Caliph? Also, they're giving me soft touches. Oh, Caliph, do you want to go to the Drain the Well party? And I thought, you know what? I literally have no other plans, and I don't know what other people are doing, except for this. So yes, I would like to go. And we ended up walking over there. Did you use your luscious locks to dry the tears? Crying into your lean cuisine. Just that's enough for me kind of itch. Yeah. A hard touch is when you know you're about to move how they want you to move. Hagen Tunchu. Oh, Pop-Tart with s'mores filling, my favorite. Oh, yeah, dead dog parties. There was a dead dog dance that was also happening that the people staying until the next day, not like me and my husband, were like going to go to after the party. Wow. Did you know the F and F list stands for ferret? It's a highly specific list. You've seen trunkfuls of booze and good booze, and the pic there is like $4,000 of booze. I actually don't know if I've ever bought booze for cons. I've always just stopped by room parties or drove. I'm not a big drinker in general, and I've never thrown a room party. That's true. Your hands were softly touching me. The Drain the Well party was so good. We're about to learn how. You're getting after action FOMO. I feel like that's why people stop by recap streams, is to feel that positive. Good night, Caliph. Good night, Tunchi. Oh, wait, sorry. I know I turned off all my interrupting stream routines. I'll wait for the click, click, click from BMO, but just for you. So you went to a dead dog party at FWA last year? Oh, I made some really good friends here, but you're so confused with the name at first. You're like, is this a pup thing? What's happening? Throwing room parties is hard. They're really heavy and big, and it makes them difficult to pick up. That's true, yeah. Like, that's why it only happens really at macro events. Quality puff, thank you. Gosh. I'm trying really hard not to eat bread and butter in the house. I'm trying to ignore the thought, but thank you, chat, for making me think of delicious bread and butter. We love the hops! I'm gonna sip tea and then start talking about the con. So it was Seth's party, and it was at the Even Hotel, which I had never been to at this con or at any other Anthrocon. I just never heard of the Even. Henway was also staying there, so they knew the direct way to go. We were just talking. It was nice, soft, like tipsy times for them and silly times for me. We were just talking about like our cons and just like people we were hanging out with and different conversations we had had. They took me into the even. Ring. The elevator was so weird, the even, because it had lobby and then floor 5 and floor 6, and that was it. Like, I did not understand the structure, but we went to mystical floor 5, skipping all 1 through 4 because I don't think they were real. And we walked over there. We found our way in. We knocked. We got let in. And I felt such just a rush of like pure joy inside of me of just, oh wow, like I know everybody in this room aside from 1 or 2 people. And by know, I mean like I know. Like I've known the majority of people in this room for like at least a year or 2 years. So I'm very happy Henway suggested it because I really don't know if I would have walked over otherwise. A lot of the times when I think about alcohol themed parties, I imagine people getting like, I don't know, loud, getting like over the top, and just like, I don't know, providing an uncomfortable experience. That's what I daydream about when I hear about alcohol themed parties. But yeah, very happy I went to this one. That's true. All the rooms were even. There were no odd numbers, which it was fascinating and made sense with the name. It was such a nice talk. You wish you had more. Anthrocon 2026. Yeah, it's wacky. CIA black site, like in the biblical sense. Oh, sorry, I have to keep going with the story. I can't answer your question. So I'm actually just gonna pause music for like the whole of this because I really just want to talk about this thing, and I'm gonna do it. I did it. So alerts are off for the Drain the Well party. It's not all gonna be serious. It's gonna be a lot of silly things, but I want to talk about this. So it was pizza, it was alcohol, it was everything that was like promised. And I walk on over, I start talking with people, I start chit-chatting. I saw Jovi at the party, and Jovi had talked to me previously before the con. They said, oh, Kelif, I'm like a little bit under the weather. I'm going to be wearing my mask. I'm going to be keeping my distance right here. And every other time I had seen Jovi, there was always like the buffer, which was very kind of them to say, oh, you know, I don't know if I'm contagious. I don't want to get people sick, but I still want to hang out. I'm going to have like a little space. So over every day of the con, from Wednesday to Saturday, I had never hugged Jovi. I saw them at the con, and I thought, fuck it. They don't have their mask on. I'm just going to hug them. I need to hug them. It's important to me. So that was the first thing I did. Just walk on up, just, hi, Jovi. And I was telling them, like, I could not miss the opportunity to hug you. Like, I needed to do that and save this memory in my mind. So that's how we started. Oh, and they were very pretty. Hen is correct. They also had a flower crown on for the majority of the con. So cute. It even had like soft little ribbons coming out, like tassels in the back. Really nice. They felt like Basil from Amori Positive. That's why I felt it for MFF, but I really enjoyed the parties I went to, even though I did not drink. Yeah, like I might be more open to go to like alcohol themed parties in the future now that I've been to such a positive one. You're saving for next year? Let's go! Clicker? Where's it? Where'd it go? How did I lose? Oh, it fell. That's how I lost it. Clicker warning, 1, 2, 3. There we go. Stricken from the record. They hosted a yoga party, yoga class, in the outdoor area on Saturday morning. That's really cute. You're saving up for like 5 people. Oh, the thought of almost like, I'm going to sponsor this friend to be able to go because they'd not be able to afford it otherwise. That sounds so adorable. It was cute, yeah. That was such a good clicker. Yeah. I don't know if I have a photo of this to easily share with people, but when I was talking to Faye, I'm going to hiccup. When I was talking to Faye at the con, they said they have the same style. It's like mostly brass on the top and then like a little bit of silver just in terms of coloring, but it's all metal. And I'm going to do it again. 1, 2, 3. It's really good. I like this clicker a lot. Sounds like a nail clipper for cats. It's good. So pretty much, so many people worry about not being able to full funds, can do what it can to sponsor friends. That's really adorable. And like, you got to experience, the magic, quote unquote, that like not just any con, but specifically like this one with all the friends around can provide. But yeah, I got to hug Jovi. I talked with Divi, and I really wanted to hang out with Divi at this party because even though we didn't really meet there, we had the little, what do you call it, like end cap. Like the way that we ended our con the last time I saw them was also at a room party fueled with alcohol. And we had like a lot of awesome conversations there. We had mutual friends like Way, and it was just so fun. It was a great time. So I thought I want to spend time with Divi this year, just talking, kind of repeating, like mirroring, bookending our experience from the last time. And I thought, I know Divi so much more now going into this con than I did the previous one. So in my mind, it was completing like this really good growth arc. And I'm slowly like the feelings inside of me from earlier of like, oh god, Basky on the corner, oh man, Kieran and Rhaego, what if it's the last time I see you? Like, I'm mostly ignoring those thoughts at this time, but I will say, as I keep talking with new people at this party, the arc of their lives and my relationship to them are like just being reminded to me. And I sat down with Kieran on the corner of a bed. And like Kieran, I saw at Anthrocon the previous year, and I won't tell their whole story or all the feelings present, but they knew way less people the previous year. And I was able to see like a lot of their growth from the previous to this one. So during this very final party of Anthrocon, I just wanted to like check in of like, how was this one compared to the last one? Because as far as I know, I was the only person in the room who really knew that. I guess Andy? No, Andy also like knew a little bit of that. But I had like this nice little soft check-in with Kieran. And then just like a little silly guy, I walk up to Divi and I say, Divi, what here do I combine? Point at two things and I will pour them into my cup. I will begin to sippeth. So they pointed at this like Svedka vodka. I think it was like a lemonade style energy. And then I got like a Sprite and I made like my first drink of the night. I started to talk. There was a lot of alcohol here. And I mean, that's the point, to drain the well. And Faywin stops by at some point, and everyone's like, oh my god, Faywin! And they had brought moonshine. We looked at the bottom of like the mason jar and saw, oh, it's like vanilla bean and clove. They had said in the chat later on, what was it, like 160 proof or something crazy like that, Faye? And it was a triple digit number. I had a little bit of it and it was legit incredible. So I also, again, had not really been drinking much in the previous 3 weeks, and now I'm having like these different little like cocktails right here, just left and right. There was this like lavender something that somebody brought that I actually really liked. I had a good amount of that. Malkior stopped by the party, and we had already previously talked about them going to Wiggle Whiskey, and they had brought like a honeyed whiskey, and I stopped by and I had some of that from them. And I was just going like left, right, trying different things as I was talking to people. I had not really thought about having any food because I had ate at like, I don't know, like 5 already. But there was pizza there, and I'm like, I should put something in my stomach to absorb some of this alcohol. Do you like to ping the lower part with your fingernails to tease? Ooh, yeah, it makes like a really nice sound, like, yeah, like that. Sorry, that actually peaked the mic a lot more than I thought. Oh, yeah, you drink Svedka strawberry lemonade on Fridays normally. It was really good. Yeah, I can absolutely see why you do that. Pour bread into your cup. Yeah, so much growth for so many people at this AC. I feel like it's been kind of a theme. Like, I know TFF was a big growth con for you, Kiba, you, Rhaego, you, Poppin. I'm assuming other people had, like, good arcs there, too. Annex was just like really soft and silly for me. I know Rago had a lot of different things happen there that were new for them. You're really never how good the moonshine was? Yeah, it was incredible. Yeah, well over 160. Woo! Things that are over 30% and taste good are plain dangerous, like Fireball. I actually didn't know Fireball was over 30. I do like Fireball. I do like Screwball a lot. I can happily sip on both of those. Are you trying to make a drink or run a car with it? You had 2 ounces of the moonshine. I probably had somewhere between 1 or 2, yeah. You actually got owned by it. A year of growth. You didn't try the moonshine, but now I'm curious. As soon as I had a sniff of it, I'm like, I have to have a sippy of it. Oh, you did a lot of new things at Annex. You had a blacks. Good. You're probably like NPC dancing at the Dead Dog. The party sounded fun. My expectations for the party were like, I will talk with friends and that's it. Perfect reason to keep talking here. So let's see. I mentioned all these things just naturally. Oh my God. I don't know who suggested it, but so Pizza Parma, they had like these metal dog bowls and somebody poured some alcohol into it, brought it up to Jovi and said, Jovi, do you want to take a sip like a puppy? And Jovi stares at them and is like, Then like we have like a tiny little crowd around them and we can see Jovi just go, and like they dip their beard into it and they have a sip and it's like dripping. People had like paper towels for them, but it was just like, it was cute, it was silly, it was fun. And it was talked slightly around in chat, but it is have this thing, Henway disaster. So it was a pizza party and there was just a paper plate full of like the bones of the pizza. And Seth is like, who is just leaving the pizza bones right here? Perfectly good, snacky food. Henway, they go, they take like half a bite of one, then they tear the rest up and just put it into their drink, staring into Seth's eyes. I walk on up to Henway later, and you can just see like little bits of bloated pizza bone fueled with alcohol in whatever the fuck their disaster of a mixed drink was. Your ascension disaster? What do you mean? Oh, it was your dog bowl? I actually didn't know whose it was. It was so gross. It looked disgusting to me. CLES worst nightmare drink. It was, oh, was there ham in there? I did not know there was ham in there. I don't know if you could identify what you poured in there, but that was a full solo cup. I cannot handle that much alcohol. I would have been on the floor. It was, yeah, don't talk to Rago about ham. So, I am a bit of a lightweight, and I also had at least 4 different types of alcohol, including 160 proof plus of moonshine. So I was feeling it inside of me. And I saw someone in a corner, and my first thought was, oh no. Because I saw Basky, and I was thinking, I left them on the corner. I thought, I didn't know if I would see them again, and these feelings were coming up on me. And Kiba in chat, we just like started talking, and so one of the things I do when I get tipsy or drunk is I just want to say all of the truths in my heart. I just want to tell you all the things that I appreciate about you. I want you to know all of the small things, all the big things, all the middling things of how I appreciate you and the shape of it. And I was just saying like all the things that came to my mind about Kiba. I'm just like, I love that you went through all of this growth. I mentioned like different group chats and seeing them post things. I talked about TFF. I talked about how kind and sweet they are. And I was just saying like over and over and over, like all of these things. And I get like very touchy-feely as well. So I'm just like touching their shoulder. I'm just like doing this, like, oh, like this and that, and so nice and so wonderful. And I can't help myself. I walk on up over to Basky, and I just hug them and I just let it all out. I just tell them about their journey, which I probably know very well compared to a lot of people at the party, like what they had gone through. I was the person to help tug them into VR. I had like written on their Kudo board that weekend because it was their birthday weekend. And I just said like everything that was on my heart and on my mind directly into them, squeezing them as I started to like cry onto them. I was like, oh, Basky, it's been like a couple years and you've changed so much since your first time in VR. And oh my gosh, you're surrounded by so much love, and we are here together experiencing it. And this is everything we could have ever hoped for. And I was just going over and over. It was just minutes of me just like constantly talking about how much I care about them and how proud of them I am. And I get them to cry. I'm crying into them, they're crying, like the tears are just going there's like water falling down my cheeks onto my shoulders, and this was the start of it. Just remembered. So a fun thing to get together is this nice, ooh, rum. Yeah, I love a nice rum. There's a huge lack of Malort. I saw Malort once because of Sizik at Pronzo's Gooning and Cheese Party, and I didn't have any there. I don't know if it was actually cracked open. You were in sort of therapy dog. You were therapy dog mode party. See the tears would go over. So after I got someone, you would go over and help them. Kiba, good dog. Does Kiba the same smirky grin IRL? Yes. You're a good guy. I want you to know that. Every house party in college, smoking on the porch. It was, unfortunately. Yeah. So I had just said like all the sweet everythings. Yeah, so as I wrote on my board that I'm not showing you, I was a whirlwind of feelings and I cannot be contained. And Zord was standing like right next to Basky, and I'm just like I wrap my arms around them, and I know all of Zord's journey too, because I also helped tug them into VR. So like the weight of all of these journeys are pressing upon me, and I can't help but like talk to them about how much I love them and how proud of them I am. And I sob into Zord. Yeah, the melted butters, that's very Zord. Zord had already cried a lot of the cons, so I was happy to add to that list. And I did the same thing to them that I did with Basky. It's like, I've seen you grow so much. You've come from this like smaller group of people to not being able to leave a street corner for over 20 minutes because everybody wants to see you and hold you and cry with you. I was so happy to get like 2 hours just pressed up light against you and just to talk about everything. And I could have done that for a whole night, and it was just like on and on and on, and I just would not stop talking about all the things that I loved about them in that moment. And of course I'm crying into them. And as my notes say, I let it open. Rhaego was also around. I know so many people at this party who I've had an impactful part of the journey with, and I was just holding Rhaego, I was talking, and they were like a reverse Uno card. I'm going to do the same to you. As I'm just like crying and tears are going down my cheeks, they were telling me like how important I am. They were telling me how much I matter and how much they love me and how much everything is so important in this moment of all of us surrounded, being here, supporting each other. And I was just like every part inside of me was just like welling, not just because of the alcohol, but because of the feelings, which I had just like removed. I had removed the valve and I was ready to let flow and flood the room. So I say out loud, I have to go hug my boyfriend. And of course, like I'm sobbing while I say this. So I'm going to read verbatim from my journal right here. I cry harder than I can remember crying in a long time. My glasses are all fucked up from the tears, but I just keep holding them tight and sobbing. It feels so good to hold them and cry. I can't think of a safer place I would rather be. There's many times where I'm with them and the world disappears. This is yet another time that in the middle of a crowded party, no one else feels presence. They are everything to me in that moment. So that was me reflecting on the con after the fact. So it was really good. It was like all that I really wanted from that moment. Are we talking about oregano? We are. Yeah, Rego is at the party. I'm going over like a very, I'll say sad but positive. Like I cried a lot at this party. It was the last party that I went to at AC, which is why I turned off my music and all the redeems. But a story that I don't know if I've told on stream. I've talked about it with some people. When my boyfriend came to visit last year for a week, I very intentionally took no photos with them or of them. And I did this for them. I didn't want them to feel like this pressure. I didn't want them to feel like, I don't know, I'm documenting everything about it. I wanted it to be, this is us in this moment. I'll take pictures of the event. I'll take pictures of the food. I'll take pictures of the stuff we get up to, but I will not document ourselves. And I did not regret doing this. I thought it was the right thing. And like, I didn't even mention it. It was just casually no photos of you because I thought that's what they wanted as a person. And I knew going into this con, now that we're dating, I thought I have to have at least one photo with you to know that even if you're far away, I know what I want again is to be physically close to you. So I took one right there. I took one there after I had been crying for probably 20 plus minutes. I just pulled up my phone. I had no inhibitions. And I just took a photo of me, my glasses all fucked up from tears, my face red, my eyes all bad because I'd been crying. And I was smiling. I was smiling and crying as I took my first photo that I had ever taken with them in that moment. Because it was important to me. And I don't know if I would have gotten another one. So I took it there. And I have a nice photo of both of us looking at the camera, and I've never had that before. And that's exactly what I wanted. So I had gotten all of my tears out at the convention, asterisks, at the party. And I thought, I really need water. Like, I had just lost so much from all of the crying. I had just had like a bunch of different alcohol. Like, I really need water. The entire con, I'd been walking around with like a giant water bottle, like a 40-ounce one, and I would fill it up before I'd leave my room. And I was just like going over to my little bag and just like a little creature in the corner, just rehydrating. I literally could not tell you if there was water at that party because I only remember the alcohol. But I was there. I'm actually gonna sip water IRL. What does crying with the one you love feel like the exact right thing to do no matter the place? Because it is! Yeah, Cobalt and Faye are right, it is. I did release my inhibitions. Oh, so there were a pack of water bottles under a chair in the corner. I had no clue, but I still had water to sippy. I know the ad's going, but I'm gonna keep talking because I'm in the exact right feelings that I want to feel. So after crying, like I literally could not tell you how long that was because alcohol messes with your sense of time. Like in my heart of hearts, I felt as if I had been crying for an hour. That's how long it felt to me. And Seth Adocious very funnily walks on up to me and says, Hey, Caliph, thanks for making like 8 people at my party cry. So I was like mostly recovered. I was like 80% back to hashtag normal, I guess. And like Henway walks up to me. I still look so bad from all the crying. And Henway is like a dog on a mission at all times. Like if somebody asks for something, they want to help, which is very cute. And somebody was there who I had never talked to IRL. And in my mind, I thought we run in different circles, so I would not have ever expected to be in the same room as them. But apparently, Spout was there. I knew they were in the group chat. But again, I just hadn't really interfaced with them on that level. So I know this story because I watched Henway's recap. But apparently, Spout was like, "Oh, is Safe Thunder still at the con? I'd like to talk to them." Ah, no, sorry, they're home already. Oh, is Kelv still here? Henway activated. They come over to me. They're like, Caliph, I have someone who wants to talk to you. And I'm like, still a little bit teary. I'm like, okay. So I walk on over, water bottle in hand, and I start talking to them. And it was actually a really great conversation. We just talked about like, how do you connect with Twitch chat? How do you remember everybody? How do you make them feel cared for and appreciated? And I thought it was really sweet that they wanted to talk to me about that, because that is something that I try really hard to do. So I was talking with them, and they told me something that I was already really fucking emotional. But they told me, Caliph, I was actually inspired by you with how you talk with your chat and how you interact. And I was like I didn't even think we like knew each other very well. And here I am like inspiring you in your own lanes, which is really sweet and exactly the type of sappy bullshit that I wanted to hear in that moment. This makes me message to you. Oh, this makes my message to you hit so much harder, Kingy. I'm glad that you struck me to send it to you. Yeah. You have a water bottle in your hand after you finish your drink? Good. And you had a nice talk with Spout. I like them a lot. Yeah, it was very fun. Hi, Felix. Hi. Felix, I showed chat the first thing that we talked about earlier, not the second one. I can't get enough of kisses. So the party was winding down, and I had to do a 13-hour drive nonstop with the husband the next day. So I thought, I have to leave at some point. Like, it needs to happen. So in the middle of talking with Spout, even if it was like a really great conversation, it's like, I need to get going. And other people had other plans too, so I started to actually have my actual final goodbyes. And oh wait, yeah, I again the time dilation of the alcohol at the party, it definitely happened before my barrage of tears. But who called you Hawk? Somebody called Hawk and was walking around with them on their phone and we were all saying hi. That was such like an incredible part of the party. Oh, it was Hurry. Hurry called Hawk. That was so sweet. It was great saying hi to you. So you already died out because of LOL Anchor. But there's a really nice lyrical line of the Texture Fest themes, the lines of, even though we may be miles and miles away, we build a bridge from our love and come back home again. It's very true. Even if we're all behind a bunch of screens, it's still connected, yeah. Oh, it was Faye's idea. Faye called me to show the rave and the message hurry. I saw the rave pictures from Hawk, yeah. Faye's in the group chat, someone should call him. That's great. That was a really good idea. I was happy about that. But as I was leaving, I knew, like, fuck, like, this is it. This period is period, it period. So I just walked around the room and hugged people and cried all over again, because that's what you do. And it kind of felt like a perfect goodbye. Like, I had already told a lot of these people that I love so much that I care about them, which just to me is as a person is important. I have a memory of like VR chat years ago, not even connected to anybody in this group. I just saw a friend and I walked on up to them and I said, I'm going to tell you a bunch of things I appreciate you about right now. And I just told them like 5 things I liked about them. And ever since then, I thought, I want this to be like a part of who I am, is to be able to compliment people that I really love and care for. And I've tried hard to be good at that. So we have like a hallway cry. And my boyfriend adorably was just giving people cups of water of like, you need to hydrate. You need to hydrate. You've been crying so much. Kieran and I had like a really nice cry together. It like started in the room. It like entered into the hall. And there was just a lot of tears. I start to walk back with a group of people. It was me, it was my boyfriend, it was Rago, it was Gunnar. And I'll just read this from my journal. The entire walk back, I'm trying to hold it together until the final moment. The finality is surrounding me with each step. No amount of breeze can blow it away. No amount of movement can prevent it from settling. So, this is a picture of the gift that Rago gave me. The +1 was the boyfriend. So they ask me, as we're like teary and walking, they say, Caliph, do you have the gift I gave you? And I say, no, it's in the hotel room. And they say, Caliph, that means this cannot be the last time that we see each other. We have to be able to put this together again. And I think that was the perfect thing to say in that moment. Gunnar goes off to like the waterfront, like they still have more time left in their con. And that means it's me and Rago and my boyfriend right in front of the courtyard. So I say out loud, I have to hug my boyfriend last. So I hug them. I hug Rago. And I'm crying and we're talking and we're saying all the things that I wanted to say in that moment. We're just sobbing together about how good it was and about how it can't be the last time. And I go on up and I hug my boyfriend after. And there's a little bit of a story here. From the Crush Con, where they stayed a week at my place, when I drove to the airport to send them home, I did not cry. I didn't cry in front of them. I didn't cry after. I just did not cry. And what we did instead is they held my cheek at the airport. This was over a year ago now. And they said, I'm going to miss you. And I said, I'm going to miss you too. Because we weren't dating. Like, there was nothing official, quote unquote. There was no, like, big label. They were, heavy quotes, just a crush. But I felt like that was the perfect thing to say. Because it let me know that I was still wanted. And it made me feel like it wouldn't be the last time. And as we walked back to the courtyard, I thought, there is so much inside of me that I need to share. So I'm going to read my journal entry just verbatim to you. Where was it? It was here. So I wrote this in my actual physical journal when I was in my feelings, but here's the transcribed version. I cried at Anthrocon 2025 more than I have at any other con. With/onto my boyfriend especially. The weight of our journey collapsed upon me in that moment. I cried at the birthday visit when they said they would come and actually see me in person. I cried at the con at the combo Basky poem. I cried when they said they'd want to be my boyfriend. But that was only in response to his actions. It was never to him being a part of my life. From October 2023 to now, he's been a near constant presence in my life in some form or another. I have journaled plenty about him over this time and how much he means to me, but I'm unsure if I fully processed it until this con. I never cried at him leaving the first time. The "I miss you" was all I needed to hold on to, a simple truth letting me know he cares and he still wants me around. When we met each other on this Friday in VR, I told him many of these thoughts, to which he said with a smile in his voice, "I'm not going anywhere." During that final hug at Anthrocon, I bawled. I sobbed into his supportive shoulders and I spoke to him sweet everythings. There was a final kiss and there was a final squeeze. And as I walked away, I pointed to him. As the doors opened, I walked and I pointed at him and I cried. I didn't say anything. I wanted my simple action to hold my novel of inner workings, that I won't forget you, that I'll hold you again, that this isn't the last time, that my love for you won't forget with distance, and that I'm not going anywhere. So, yeah, that was the last time I saw him. And as I was like fucking looking terrible and crying, I walked to the elevator and there was only one person on it as I got on. And I said, "I promise these are good tears. I promise these are good." And they said, "So you had a nice con?" And I said, "It was great." And then I walked to my husband's room. So yeah. That was how my final day went. Okay. I got through that mostly without tears. Hi. But yeah. It was everything I wanted to have the Drain the Well party. Because I just drained a different reservoir. It just happened to be the one of tears. But yeah, I love that guy. He's super cool. You pressed the open door button for me? Thank you! So I could point and walk. You cried here in the room after the call? Aw. Would have another drunken conversation at a random party again, Rue, out of 10. Thank you. Hi, Ketchy. I'm crying. You totally heard nothing about the hug? You're not crying, trying not to, and failing? You got these are happy tears, you'd be bawling your eyes out. Yeah, no, it was great. It was great. It was a bad time to play Sifu and listen to Kelef because now I'm crying Kung Fu fighting. Oh, Kieran, it was great crying with you. Yeah, I just finished talking about it. It was really great. It was a great time. But yeah, I'm happy. Great Anthrocon. Yeah, Kieran and I sobbed a lot, specifically together at the party. I don't know how many people were crying. Like, the alcohol helped a lot because, golly, I had a lot of tears inside of me to come out. But it also meant that I didn't perfectly remember every conversation or every moment because that's another side effect of everything. But yeah, I'm happy. You respect those and just cry and show emotions to Ron beautiful way. I read that journal yesterday to my husband and my boyfriend in the Discord call. And I like how my boyfriend says it. He says, "I know too many poets." I don't know how to compete with this. You're not a crier, just bask in the collective happiness. I've slowly become a crier, and I'm really happy about it. When I started streaming like 5 years ago, I was not a crier. And now I've like cried on stream. Now I did it right now again. I cried a lot at Anthrocon. It was wonderful. Yeah. You got to hug Kieran and sniff a little near the end of the Dead Dog Dance. It hit so hard. Good. I didn't tell much about your journey, Kieran, but I did mention how at the Drain the Well party, we talked just how crazily different the previous AC and this AC was for you, and I was really happy to talk to you about that. I can't play games with tears, so thank you. I'm sorry, Slush, you're welcome. You're such a crier. I love that for you, legit. Thank you for sharing your emotional experience with us. Yeah. It's so funny, like, sometimes I think about my streams and I think this is hashtag not good content because all I'm doing is no music, just slowly building up to tears. I remember turning around at one point, and at least a third of this side of the room was crying. It's time for the end, yeah. Thankfully, we hold your hand, of course. Your heart and your journey are beautiful. Your story is inspiring. Your love echoes for the positive memories you've shared. Thank you so much. Yeah. Oh, actually, I wrote it in my essay that I'm not done with and I'm still working on. I think it's this one. Oh, wait, no, I'm silly. It was on the page in my journal. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Yeah. Gosh. You said echoes, and it made me think about that, but I don't think I'm ready to share this. You think you've cried on stream? It's a very distinct feeling. It's good. It's like I'm in a room of the most supportive people I can imagine. Apparently you caused some alarm going back to the party because you were crying so hard. So it was a cry for help. That's what it actually was. I'm gonna play music now. There we go. Okay, I'm good. I have recovered. I am out of tears for real, and now I want to go cuddle my husband and go the fuck to bed because I work tomorrow. But yeah, thank you for listening, chat. Also, yeah, to all the tours, to all the doubters out there, I finished. Guess what? What? Oh, click, 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 click. Let's see. I have no idea who's on. I'm looking. Have a good night. I will. I finished my AC recap in 2 streams. Let's go. You're a little surprised. I have other things to do. I do love AC. It was really great, but part of me was worried. I'm like, this is my life now. I can only talk about AC. Not a word about the drive back. You just want my selfie? You just want to see my handsome, tired face? Rar. Oh, I forgot. My redeems are turned on again. Yeah. Oh my god, you're all so fucking funny. What dragon do I show off? This one. And then I'll go the fuck to bed after I show you this dragon. I'm lazy. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna show you the blue sky post. Whoa! We love dragons who are about to go to the beach and may or may not lose these shorts when they jump into the water. Ooh! Yeah, they're very cute. I love, sorry, every time I try and look at something that's not pure F, I think, what if? Oh, ooh, now I can zoom in. I love how they just twirl in their whiskers. It's so cute. This is like a nice amount of tummy. I like that. Very grabbable hips. Very nice floral pattern right here. Ooh, these are good. Ooh, they step on people all the time. That's how you build that muscle. Oh, is Aura on right now? Yeah, I can do that. I've actually never rated Aura before. Aura. I was watching their stream when I was talking with my boyfriend yesterday. Oh my god, they just started? That's fucking perfect. Let's go! Slash Ray. AC recap month is dead. Yeah, I'm probably the slowest recap ever. So yeah, now that I'm done, everybody else is done. Thank you for sharing all this. It was very cute. I'm glad. Oh my gosh, chat? Oh, whoa. Oh, sorry, we're rating now, but I have to show you what my boyfriend just texted me. Oh, whoa. Oh, wow. It's a smooch. Right here. Whoa. Oh, it's real. Yeah, 10:08 p.m. Hi. Thanks for listening to me cry and talk about my feelings and stuff. I really like being just open and honest about how beautiful my life is. I'm very lucky and I'm surrounded by love, and I feel that very much right now. But you're all great. And I still have to figure out what the fuck to do with my streams now that AC's over. I have no clue what I'm doing. But Aura's very nice. We hung out at the con and they're very sweet. Love you, Caliph. Love you, Rego. You and your friends mean the universe to me. We have awesome friends. Second AC at home. Everyone made of Kelos. Yeah, so my address, I'm gonna type it out really slowly as we like raid out. I'm typing. Ooh, I don't know if I'll get finished before the raid happens. I'm trying, chat. Ooh, I think I'm gonna get it. We're so close. Here's my social security number 2. You're all so great.